Morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a very, very fine meeting so far. But I have to tell you, the moment is now. And again, you may wonder, why am I standing up here? Well, I've been called to introduce the Lord of the Lords, the man by the name of Lord Christopher Monckton of Branchley. I guess it's rather appropriate that I will introduce him. Of course, I'll let him speak, but in terms of my connection to Monckton, I have to say that he's the one who got me in trouble. In any way, I don't know where Christopher is. Are you here, Christopher?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then we're ready to go. Let's enjoy Christopher Monckton. Thank you.
My lords, that's me. Ladies and gentlemen, what a delight that here we are again at what is now the 12th Heartland Conference. You have persevered through decades of the vileness that has been thrown at you by the forces of darkness, none more so than poor Willie Soon. And indeed it was I who got him into trouble, because I invited him to co-author a paper that was a blameless paper on climate science and climate sensitivity, published last January in 2016 in the Science Bulletin of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the left went ballistic. And they subjected Willie to some of the nastiest, most savage personal attacks I have ever seen. All I can tell you is that from my now quite long and happy personal acquaintance with Willie, every word of that poison was incorrect, and can we give him a thunderous standing ovation? Well, that is the easiest standing ovation I've ever obtained, and it's also the most enthusiastic. And Willie, God bless you, and God bless all of you who have been subjected to the vile attacks of those who are unwilling to debate this matter at a level of economics and science, a debate which has been conducted here with remarkably good humour now for 12 successive conferences. Now, if anyone is watching this either live or on YouTube and has any questions for me about this presentation, you will see my email address on the screen now. It is monckton@mail.com. Very simple, monckton@mail.com, and I will do my best to answer your queries. I will also be taking questions after this presentation. Now, I have noticed there has been a change of administration here in the United States since I was last here. But I do have to say something in the friendliest possible way to the Trump administration. Make America great again. I am delighted that, against all odds, the Republicans prevailed, because they have been the party that has had a debate within their ranks about the climate, and they concluded after that debate that what is going on in climate science is unacceptable, and that the drastic increases in the cost of electricity and of gasoline as a result of trying to make non-existent global warming go away would hit the poorest hardest. And no small part of the reason why Mr. Trump did so well in the Rust Belt states, in the places where they make things and grow things and dig things, is that they knew that he was on their side. He spoke for the ordinary working man, and the ordinary working man responded in the only way that you can in a democracy, they put their cross in the box in the right place. One of the strangest emails I've had in the last few weeks was from Joe Bast. And he said, "I've often had a longing to wear dreadlocks." Now, I can't remember why he said this, but I just wondered whether any of you would like to see what Joe Bast looks like in dreadlocks. Do I take that as a yes? And this somewhat embarrassing slide does give me the opportunity to say a very heartfelt thanks on behalf of all of us to Joe and Diane and all their wonderful team at the Heartland Institute for their astonishing diligence, persistence and risk-taking in holding this conference in the hope that they will be able to raise enough money to pay for it. So can we give them also a standing ovation? And just in case you would like a permanent embarrassing record of this, you can do what Willie is doing and take a picture of it. Well, now, climate extremism is part of the long totalitarian attack on democracy. And one of the saddest things for me is to see how the once democratic party here in the United States has slid into a disfiguring totalitarianism in recent decades. And it is very clear that when Mr. Trump won the election, and he won it fair and square, they didn't like that. And this is what happened. You had these custard-faced zombies, just look at them, walking through the streets, saying, "He's not my president." Well, in a democracy, yes, he is. And then there was violence, and there was the usual stupidity at the so-called University of so-called California, where they invited speakers, a thing that happens to me about once a month somewhere in the world, and generally rioted and behaved in a stupid way and set off fireworks and caused damage. And this is not how democracy is supposed to work. Interestingly, I was interested to find out why the universities are to the left in the way that they are now, because it's gone a long way since I was at Cambridge, and the opinion was as evenly divided there as it was in the country. That is no longer the case. I went to King's College, Cambridge, shortly before Mr. Trump's election, and I was asked to give a talk to the Politics Society there. There were 100 undergraduates in the room, and the question was, does Trump have a point? There were 3 Marxist lecturers. There was the deputy editor of The Spectator, supposedly a conservative newspaper. None of them on the panel felt that Trump had a point. I was the only one who did. And I asked those 100 undergraduates 4 questions. 1, did you vote or would you have voted for Brexit? 2, do you think there should be more spending on defence? 3, do you think there should be some better control of immigration? And 4, what about climate change? Has it been exaggerated a little bit? And I had predicted that less than 10% of them would have voted for Brexit and less than 5% for the other 3. You'll see the figures there. It was 5%, 3%, 2% and 1%, respectively. This is an ideological monoculture of the most extraordinary kind. And that can only occur when the indoctrination at school and at university of our children is so thorough and so complete that they themselves are unaware that they have been indoctrinated. So what then is the origin of this astonishing change in the media, in the universities, in the churches, in the unions, in big business, in big politics, in everywhere where power is exercised or influence is wielded? How have virtually all of these centres of power gone to the very far totalitarian left so very quickly? How is it that now we are told that there is no truth outside the party line? Scrub that, no truth outside the consensus, which is the exciting new rebranding of the party line. How has this come about so suddenly? Hands up all those of you who know who this is. I see not a single hand, and the reason for that is that this is the most influential man of the 20th century and arguably of the beginning of the 21st. His name is Ion Mihai Pacepa. Has anybody heard of him? No. He was the head of the Securitate, the secret police in Ceausescu's Romania. But that's not what makes him interesting to us in the West. He was appointed shortly after the Second World War as the head of a new division of the KGB called the Desinformatia Directorate. And disinformation had only one task: to recruit willing communists in the West who would not be paid, and all they had to do was to take every opportunity to worm their way into the media and into positions of influence, and then use those positions to denigrate the reputations of those who had proved effective in opposing the Communist Party line anywhere in the world. That's all they did. Now, I knew this was going on when I was at Cambridge. A friend of mine who was a Marxist was invited for an interview at the BBC, and he came back smiling like the cat that got the cream. So I said to him, "So you went to the interview, they asked you the question, you said yes, and they gave you the job." He said, "How did you know?" I said, "The question was, are you a Marxist? You said yes, and you got the job." And he's still there. And that's how the BBC recruited, and to a very large extent, they still do, because this was the effect of Pacepa. Now, you may think, well, this is just one man. How much influence did he really have? When he came out, this is the first time I've been able to talk about this, because under the 30-year rule, it was all classified before. But he was debriefed. And the thing that surprised us was the extent of what he'd done. There were 1 million Soviet agents of influence who were Western communists who were attached to and in contact with the Disinformation Directorate. That was how large it was over a period of 40 years. And that is why, just in my lifetime from university until now, this astonishing lurch to the far totalitarian left has occurred in the media and elsewhere. That is what we are up against. And it's a self-perpetuating thing, even though there's no longer a KGB, and Pacepa has now come out to the West, and you can now, I'm glad to say, read his book about this. He's written a book explaining what he did, how his first target was Pope Pius XII, who he made out, quite falsely, to be a Nazi-loving Jew-hater, when the chief rabbi and his deputy in Rome after the war both became Catholics because the Pope had done so much for the Jews. But after a few years, people started believing this. There may even be a few people here who have been exposed to that propaganda somewhere along the line. And because they couldn't handle 1 million agents directly, they began training them so that they would recruit others, and it would become self-perpetuating. And that's why this is still going on long after the KGB has gone. And you now see its influence in Copenhagen in 2009, when for the first time since the Berlin Wall came down, the hated symbol of a tyranny that has killed 250 million people worldwide and counting was openly flaunted in the streets by Marxists. So what are we going to do? First of all, why have we got reason to doubt this so-called consensus on the climate? Because again, it's a largely left-driven so-called consensus. Well, the first reason is that there isn't a consensus. The consensus proposition, which says no more than that most of the warming since 1950 was caused by us, is in fact 0.3% in the scientific literature. But the people who did the survey reported it as 97.1% because they were communists. And they didn't care about the truth. They cared about the party line, and the party line said 97%. So that's what they said. And to this day, even though our peer-reviewed result showing that it's 0.3% in exactly the same set of papers has been published long since, not a single news medium has ever reported the truth of this figure. They still go on chattering about 97%. We can also see this influence in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which one might almost call a communist front organisation. So vicious is its disregard for any sort of objective scientific truth. But the graph that you see there from the 2007 assessment report of the IPCC is an extremely influential one. It was that graph which led the Republican Party finally to realize that the siren voices of the Democrats saying, let us join together in a bipartisan approach to solve the supposed problem of climate change, should not be heeded, and that they should instead tackle the science of climate change rather than arguing only on the economics as they had until then, and that they should start realizing that the climate change science was not all that it was cracked up to be. Now, this came about because a few years ago I was giving testimony in front of a committee of Congress, and the then-ranking Republican member on the committee was Congressman John Linder, now retired. I showed this graph to the caucus of the Republicans in their lounge before we went into the main meeting with the Democrats. And John Linder took one look at this. This shows the quality of legislators you still have here in the States. I wish we had them too. He took one look, and he said, they can't have done that. And I said to him, they did. And he turned to the rest of the room and he said, gentlemen, we have seen in this one graph all we need to see about the IPCC and whether any reliance whatsoever can be placed upon it. We can place no reliance upon it. And so some of them then said, could you explain? I said, John, leave this to me. And I said, here are these 4 trend lines correctly calculated and positioned on the correct representation of the then Hadcroot data set showing how temperature has changed globally over the last 150 years. Now, the conclusion that was drawn from this graph was that because the trend lines that started more towards the present, which is my end of the graph, were steeper than the others, therefore the rate of global warming was accelerating, and we were to blame, a complete non sequitur there. But the truth of it is there were 2 previous periods, as you can see there, when the rate of warming was exactly the same as in the most recent 25-year period. So there had been no acceleration, though there is a gentle upward trend overall in the graph, as you can see from the red trend line that covers the whole thing. So if you take a sine wave, there is a sine wave. What is the trend of a sine wave? It's a zero trend by definition. But you can use the IPCC's technique and look, bingo, we've now got a sine wave going up at an ever more accelerating rate. When I showed this graph on my first tour of Australia many years ago, Bob Carter was on the tour as well, and he came up to me after, he said, this is astonishing. He said, that's how I show that that graph is bogus. Well, great minds think alike. Now, the IPCC has begun to realize that it has been over-predicting. And you can see here some evidence of that. This is actually a postage stamp-sized corner of a graph in the IPCC's 5th assessment report, but my large and able staff were able to enlarge it so that you can see the huge discrepancy between observation and the predictions of the 2 most recent generations of IPCC models. If you go back to 1990, to the first assessment report, the zone in pink there, that was what they predicted. And even after all the adjustments that have been made upwards, ever upwards, to the global temperature records because they weren't showing enough warming, all 5 of the longest standing records, 2 satellite at the bottom and 3 non-satellite further up, that zone marked what happened. That is the measured temperature change. And it's entirely below the vast range of predictions made by the IPCC in 1990, from which an honourable man would deduce that maybe their way of doing climate sensitivity might have some problems with it. They themselves have adjusted downwards their medium-term projections at my insistence. I was an expert reviewer for the last report. But they refused the suggestion of me and other reviewers that they should also similarly reduce their long-term predictions. They weren't prepared to go away from the predictions made by Jules Charney in his report for the National Science Council here in the United States back in 1979, almost 40 years ago, that the central estimate of global warming is 3 Celsius with plus or minus this enormous range of 1.5 Celsius. And after 40 years and tens of billions of dollars, that has not changed. And they are unable to constrain climate sensitivity. So my team has been looking at this. But before we get to it, I want to look at who have we got to convince if we're really going to win this debate. The temptation is to think we've got the Trump administration there, we've won, that's it, let's celebrate. But there have been some notes of caution sounded in this room yesterday that this is a temporary relief. How can we make it permanent? Who have we got to convince in order that we can make it permanent? First of all, the merchants of fake news, who will not report our side of the case either accurately or in most cases at all. Now, that is not how news media are supposed to operate. When I was a journalist, we faithfully gave both sides of the argument, even if the paper might incline itself to one side or the other. You gave both sides so that the readers could, to a large extent, make up their own minds. This is no longer the case because Pacepa's people have taken over the mainstream news media. That's why Willie Soon had such a hard time, and they would not print his side of the story. And not one of the trustees of the Smithsonian, when I wrote to each of them personally, would even acknowledge that I had written to them. Not even Chief Justice Roberts of the Supreme Court, whom I now call upon to resign for his failure to act. Then there are the fake news merchants on YouTube. And I shall be appearing on YouTube, but I am in a special area which isn't fake news. But this is Arnold Schwarzenegger, calling for those who disagree with his expert opinion on climate science to be killed. Now, Joe Bast and I and several others here have complained over and over again to YouTube to ask for this to be taken down. This is an extremely nasty piece of hate speech. It is still there. I checked yesterday. And it's been there now for over a year. And so the only answer to that, Google owns YouTube, is to boycott Google. And I'm pleased to report that as of today, as a result of Google not having addressed this and other instances of hate speech and extremist rhetoric that appear all over its websites, now some $480 million worth of advertising has been pulled from Google by most of its largest clients, and I urge the remainder of them to do the same as quickly as possible. We also have to convince Waxman and Markey, the authors of the Cap and Trade Bill. I have elevated them to the peerage because that means they will have no further influence on politics at all. We have to convince Rex Tillerson. Now, he was the chief executive officer of ExxonMobil. He's now the Secretary of State. He has always been, at best, equivocal on the climate question. And my spies inside the administration, who are numerous and devoted, have told me that he is one of the chief foci of resistance to Mr. Trump honouring a promise that he wishes to honour, which is to withdraw forthwith, not only from the Paris Climate Agreement, but also from the UNFCCC, because if you withdraw from the UNFCCC, you only have to give 1 year's notice, and it automatically takes you out of Paris. Give notice under Paris, and it's 3 years. So we need to convince the vacillators like Tillerson that they've got to get on with the job that the administration was elected to do. We've also got to make sure that Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner, who are typical rich Manhattan, and I won't use the word progressive and I won't use the word liberal, they are illiberals. That's what the left now are. They are illiberal. Don't call them liberal. There's nothing liberal about them anymore. And Gore has been talking to Ivanka, and we've got to persuade not only Ivanka, we've got to persuade Gore that he is wrong. This is the task I am setting myself in this presentation. The one group we don't have to convince that this is nonsense are, of course, the miners. I had the pleasure of addressing America's miners on the top of a mountain in West Virginia on Labor Day a few years ago. And 100,000 mine workers and their families and friends turned up. It is the largest audience I have ever addressed. They were a wonderful, friendly crowd. They were genuinely interested and relieved to hear there was no need for Obama's war on coal, scientifically speaking. And so they proved to be very strong supporters of Mr. Trump. But Mr. Trump himself is still going to need to be persuaded to carry out that campaign promise when Gore and Ivanka and Tillerson are telling him not to. Then, of course, we've even got to go for the really extreme extremists. On the left, you have Mr. Obama, and on the extreme left, come all the way around to the right, you have John Cook, the author of that bogus paper about the 97% consensus, and that is how he dresses up in his spare time. We are even going to try to convince them. And yes, we can. there is a way, and I'm going to use the word compel, to compel the assent of all the categories that I have shown there, even the most irredentist true believers in the Communist Party line on climate. We can compel their assent. And the way we do this is to recognize that at the moment, until now, the debate on both sides has largely been a competition between conjectures. Now, in mathematics, a conjecture is something where the science isn't settled. We think that something may be true, but we can't actually prove it. One of the most famous unresolved conjectures in mathematics is on the screen at the top there. First of all, the formal mathematical logical definition, and then in simpler terms, what it means, which is that every composite number is the mean of two prime numbers. Now, I have recently stumbled upon another conjecture related to that, which I show at the bottom there, which is that certain of the partitions of 2n there have divisors, and if you count the number of positions that have these qualifying divisors, and the ratio of those partitions to the number of qualifying divisors in all of them for any n, is asymptotic to the golden ratio conjugate phi apud infinitatem. It's a most extraordinary result. Never before had anyone suspected that this is the case. It does appear to be the case, and by numerical verification I think it's the case, but I can't prove it. However much we may think it's true, however much it would be beautiful if it were. And that's a conjecture. Now, if we're going to convince people, we have to do what James Garfield did. He was your 20th president. In 1876, he was having a conversation with some of his fellow representatives, people of the mental quality of John Linder, about mathematics, and he came across a fascinating demonstration and reported here in the April 1876 edition of the New England Journal of Education. He found a demonstration of the Pythagorean theorem. And here is that demonstration. On the left you have a trapezoid. On the right you have three triangles, two of them congruent right-angled triangles, the third an isosceles one. And the simple equations on the right of that demonstrate that this conclusively and in all cases proves the Pythagorean theorem. But the interesting thing about this is that this is similar to many other similar proofs by what is called dissection. Here is Aryabhata at the beginning of the 6th century AD. Here is Tabit ibn Qurra, again using a dissection proof in the middle of the 9th century AD. And here is even Monckton at the end of the 20th century doing a proof by inclusion. Now, what is fascinating is that in all cultures, from the Babylonians to the ancient early imperial Chinese to all these Easterners and the West, we all agree that this is true. Doesn't matter what our politics, whether we're totalitarians, libertarians, in all ages, this is true. There is nothing more true than a mathematical truth in those areas, which are not all areas, in which mathematics can establish that something is definitely true. So what we have to find then is something, and this is how the editor reported this in 1876, something on which the members of both houses can agree without distinction of party. That was the remark that I found, because I'm fascinated by the history of mathematics, and I found this remark and I thought, there is the clue. What we have to do is to find a demonstration that will convince the opponents. And so what formal demonstration then can we find? We need to find a formal demonstration that there are material errors in official climate physics. And if we can, in particular, find material errors that lead to exaggerations, and large exaggerations at that, in the determination of climate sensitivity, the first thing that goes is the consensus notion, because the consensus has simply been wrong for 40 years. Likewise, warming will turn out to be small and beneficial, and then, of course, the social cost of carbon actually turns out to be a social benefit. So that's what happens if we can prove that they screwed up. Now, here is their way of determining climate sensitivity. It's that simple equation that does it. Now, there are various things wrong with that equation, in my opinion. All three of the inputs to it are exaggerated, but I can only prove that the input of one of them is exaggerated. I can also prove, and I'm going to show you both of these proofs, that the form of the equation is erroneous and leads to a large exaggeration. So first of all, we want to see that, as you see, it goes into two halves. There's the CO2 bit of the equation, which is that little yellow box at the left-hand side, And then with the big red bracket, that's the effect of temperature feedbacks, consequential upon the direct warming caused by the CO2, which is that tiny little square at the left-hand end. You see the IPCC range is conservative compared with some of the very extreme papers that have been appearing in the literature. But you would also see that the thick end of the problem is to do with these temperature feedbacks. So these are the principal feedbacks. You can see them there. This is taken from the fifth assessment report of the IPCC. It's just handy to see what they all are. And they sum to a feedback sum, which is denominated in watts per square meter per Kelvin. Here is the various estimates of the CMIP5 models of the feedback sum. And you'll see that one extreme outlier, it's actually a French model on the right-hand side towards me, over there, and towards you over there, that is what gives them their high-end predictions of climate sensitivity dependent on just one of the models. The others are much more conservative. But we can take the values, the range of values of this climate feedback sum, and we can feed that back into the equation we started with to calibrate the equation by showing that we, by doing that, can reproduce more or less, very closely anyway, the results that are officially declared by the IPCC. So that verifies that this is the equation they are using. Now, we're going to demonstrate, first of all, that the CO2 forcing has been exaggerated by 40%. Now, it's Professor Will Happer who is the person who discovered this, and he gave this result at the World Federation of Scientists annual meeting in Sicily 2 years ago, and I was privileged to be there when he announced it, to the astonishment of the many true-believing scientists who were in the room. They didn't like it, but they couldn't fault it. Now, in order to determine how much forcing you get from CO2, you need to have what's called a line shape equation, a generalized version of which is at the top there. Then there are two particular kinds which are usually used. There are the Lorentzian and the Voigt equations. And you will see that these are quite intractable partial differentials. And so handling these is always a nightmare. And for the sake of simplicity, optical physicists, who are the people who developed these equations, use a simplification by which they do not have, and you can see this there, any variable for time in the equation. And the climate scientists, not understanding this, borrowed these equations from optical physics, which is Will Happer's specialist subject, without realizing that they had this defect. And in optical physics, it doesn't matter most of the time, but when you're trying to use this as a basis for determining climate sensitivity, it does. Because these collisions between molecules and photons occur not instantaneously, as these equations, as you can see, indicate. Instead, they occur over a period of approximately 1.6 picoseconds. And that difference, tiny though it is, overlooked by the climate scientists who didn't understand the math, means that they have overstated the direct forcing of CO2 and therefore climate sensitivity by 40%. And it's as simple as that. There you can see the difference between what they predict and what actually happens. You'll see that the differences are largely at the far wings of the absorption band, principal absorption band in this case, of CO2. And you'll see how it is that they have actually been able to measure this by taking a satellite, and it takes tangential readings, and you get two different kinds of reading depending on whether you assume instantaneity or you assume that the collisions take the time they are known to take. So here is the Happer effect. We started out with that line at the top where some of the extremist papers are saying you might get 13 Celsius of warming per doubling of CO2, and that comes down to absolute maximum of 9, but actually not more than about 3 Celsius at the top end if you use the IPCC's assumptions but correct for this error. Because it doesn't only make the CO2 box smaller, it becomes green and a bit smaller, but because the size of the feedbacks is dependent on the size of the forcing, the feedbacks get smaller as well. So that already is a very good start. And now we're going to demonstrate that the high-end effect of temperature feedbacks has also been exaggerated, and this is an even larger exaggeration. And again, this is a formal demonstration. And if we are right about this, then there is no argument about it, and they're going to have to accept that it's all over. Now, it's been known for some time, this is a famous paper by Guy Callender in 1938, that various negative feedbacks and stabilizing mechanisms exist in the climate. And we can see in this long record from Juzel et al. 2007, going back 810,000 years, reconstructing global mean surface temperature from the ratios of two different isotopes of the carbon in the air trapped in ice cores in Antarctica, you can see that the variance either side of the long-term average there is only about 3 Celsius up or down. That's enough to give you an ice age at the bottom end and hothouse Earth at the other, and we're somewhere in between at the moment. But it's not enough to posit the very large feedbacks that are imagined by the IPCC. And it was looking at this graph, which Willie had sent me, that I began to realize we had to work rather hard on finding out what they'd got wrong. This is the team that has been wrestling with this problem. They're a very distinguished crowd. There's Matt Briggs, who is the statistician to the stars. There's Dave Leagates, who apologizes he can't be here. His mother is very ill, and we send her our best wishes. There is Michael Limburg, who is here. There's me. There's James Morrison, who's an undergraduate at the University of East Anglia, who has very much made his presence felt here at this conference. And he is studying environmental sciences at East Anglia, but he has realized where the truth actually lies. And I think he should be given a very warm round of applause for that. And finally, of course, there's Willie Soon, who's our rocket scientist, who keeps us all straight because he just knows everything about everything. He's extraordinarily knowledgeable. So we started out by plotting this graph, which is the graph of the temperature response to various feedback factors. And you will see that if Dick Lindzen is right that feedbacks are actually negative, then you're only going to get about 1 Celsius of warming per doubling of CO2, possibly even less. If you take the IPCC, then you're going to get 1.5 to 4.5 Celsius, and you can see a very wide range of possible feedback values, and it's that wide range of feedback values that leads to the wide range of climate sensitivities. That's why they can't constrain it. And then the extremist papers, and you'll see what happens there when you get towards the right-hand end of the positive end of this hyperbola. This is actually a rectangular hyperbola. Then you get these very extreme predictions. And it's seeing those extreme predictions that made me realize they hadn't a clue what they were doing. Now, I knew about this curve, so when I plotted it, I recognized it at once because I'm a classical architect by training, and I was given training in the mathematics of what are called the conic sections. And in particular, this graph, the rectangular form of the hyperbola, where the axes of the hyperbola are orthogonal to one another, and therefore they can be used as Cartesian coordinates, in effect. This was first used by Menaichmus of Alopekonissos. You'll see where that is now in Asia Minor. In 340 BC, to solve one of the most intractable problems in ancient mathematics, the problem of the duplication of the cube. This was the first known use of what are now recognized as Cartesian coordinates, and what he did was to plot the rectangular hyperbola, overlay it with a parabola, and at the intersection of these two curves is the one real solution to the duplication of the cube. And he was the first to solve this long-standing problem. So I had quite a lot of knowledge of this particular curve. Then I had to look at the feedbacks, which are canonical at the moment. And always there is one paper in each IPCC report which gives all these official values. It was Soden and Held in 2006 for the 2007 report, and it was Vial et al. 2013 for the 2013 report. And you'll see there the estimates of feedbacks. And the important thing is not so much the magnitude of the feedback sum as the fact of these huge variances either side. One standard deviation is 20% of the central estimate. In order to be a 95% certain you've got things right, therefore, you're going to have to go 40% up or down on the central estimate of the feedback sum and hence of the feedback factor. And you'll see the difference it makes where on the hyperbolic curve you do this calculation. If you do it towards the left, exactly the same variance in the feedback sum will give you only a very tiny variance in climate sensitivity. You can constrain climate sensitivity if the calculation comes out at that end of the curve. If it's at this end of the curve, over here, at the right-hand end, a whale away from the origin, where it starts to shoot up towards infinity, then for exactly the same variance in the feedback factor, you get an enormous variance in climate sensitivity. And that, of course, is what the IPCC and the extremist papers do. So here you can see it much more clearly, the 1.5 and 4.5 Celsius bounds of climate sensitivity. The IPCC no longer declares a central estimate. I'm going to show you why it doesn't, because they have previously said it's 3 Celsius. But in fact, the Charney report originally said that if you look at the one-dimensional models, it's 2.4 Celsius. Why? Well, let's just move that, and you can see now that if you take the central estimate of the feedback sum and put it in the middle where it should be, then it reads off at about 2.25 Celsius on this particular graph here. And he had a slightly higher value because they were using a higher value for the CO2 forcing at the time. But 2.25 Celsius is where the central estimate should now be. So we've already cut the central estimate down by 0.75 Celsius just by doing that. We now have to go to this little text book here. This is the 10th edition in 10 years. This is the 1955 edition of the standard work on electronic network analysis and feedback amplifier design. Why is this important? Because the mathematics of feedbacks in all dynamical systems, including the climate, comes from electronic circuitry, where you can design a feedback in exactly. You will see here that the inputs and outputs to a feedback circuit, the voltages, these are absolute values. They are not deltas. They are not changes. They are the absolute values. That's how you do the sum correctly. Here is a feedback circuit lifted straight from page 31 of Bode's book. You can see the input line there. You can see the generator generating the input voltage, not the change in voltage, the whole input voltage. If you want to change the voltage, you do that in the amplifier, that triangle at the top, and the amplification factor is called mu. Then you come to the output node. Then you go back downwards via the beta feedback amplifier back into the summation or input node, and round it goes. And the mathematics of handling this is very well understood, and this very simple circuit is exactly the same as what is used in the climate. And if we therefore start using temperature instead of the voltage, then you get this graph here. This is the correct way to do it. And these are the main formulae that you get out, and in particular, the amount by which you multiply the initial temperature to get the final temperature, allowing for the feedbacks, is at the bottom right here. It's mu divided by 1 minus mu beta. And if you want to prove that, then I have proved it here. Bode actually doesn't do this because it's already well understood at that time, but I have proved it just for the sake of completion. And here is how this is a partly correct way of doing it, but this time putting the values on it, because the way the IPCC and all the models do it, they don't use a separate amplifier. They simply add the change in temperature to the input temperature, and then they feed it through, and you get the answer. And I've tuned this so that it gives the answer of 2.25 Kelvin that I showed you earlier. But look how tiny the feedback factor is, 0.005 roughly. And that's a unitless variable. Now, that's the purple circle at the bottom there. Now, that is a kind of more or less correct way of it. Again, we're using the absolute value of the input. We're adding, in this case, the delta to it. And we've got an absolute value of the output. But they don't do that. What they do is this. They put the delta in, and they get the delta out. Just the change in temperature goes in and out. The consequence of that is we still get exactly the same answer. But look at what has happened to the feedback factor. Because the input and output are 2 orders of magnitude too small, the feedback factor is 2 orders of magnitude too big, which pushes the calculation artificially and incorrectly towards that extreme end of the hyperbola, and therefore you get these very extreme values of climate sensitivity. Here we can show the two approaches in equation form. This is the right way to do it. You get 2.25 K, and you get this tiny, in purple there, value of beta, which is the feedback factor. Here, F is their feedback factor. You can see it's 2 orders of magnitude too big. And if we go back to this curve and home in on this top left corner of it, you can see that the effect of pushing it away from just to the right of the origin at 0, which is where it should be done, and putting it where the IPCC puts it, you immediately get this huge exaggeration in climate sensitivity. Push it even further, and you get the silly values in the more extreme papers. Here is a plot which shows how it should look compared with how it does look. The dotted lines are what they predict will happen. You can see that vast area at the top labeled current method. That is all the extreme predictions arising solely from this error. And the grey zone in the middle is much more conservative. And at the top end, you get far less warming. And so if we now combine my result with that of HAPA, you can see that climate sensitivity comes plummeting down. And to show this in figures, at the bottom line there, climate sensitivity is no longer, as it is at the top, 1.53, 4.5K. It's 1.3, 1.6, 1.9 before you start doing anything else to query whether the feedbacks are positive or negative and all the other things that might be wrong. And we can prove this. This is the point. It's not a matter for debate. It is a matter which is proven. Now, how have we verified this? Because I, like Ron Reagan, trust but verify is what he said. Well, we're skeptics, so we don't trust, we do try to verify. Now, an expert on the electricity supply industry in London, Alex Henney, asked for a copy of my paper because he'd heard about this. It is circulating quite rapidly in samizdat now. He sent it to an electronics engineer who's a friend of his, who said, oh, that result looks weird. I will build an electronic feedback circuit to test it, because you could do that very precisely with an electronic circuit. And this is his conclusion, that we have indeed established correct values, and therefore this does greatly reduce climate sensitivity. We then sent it to Will Happer, who said, the paper is too long. So I did it again, and he said, I like this paper. Then we sent it to God himself, and that is Professor Ray Bates at University College Dublin, with whom I debated this issue many years ago in front of the Law Society of Ireland. And at that time, I had showed this hyperbolic graph. I hadn't at that stage discovered what they'd done wrong, but it was clear that graph didn't represent how the climate operated. And he went white when he saw the graph, and he wrote to me afterwards saying, there is something wrong here, I'm going to work on it. And 3 years later, he got in touch and said, I still can't see what they've done wrong, but I can show that it was wrong. And he has published a paper earlier last year saying so. So I sent it to Ray Bates, and that was his comment. He spent 3 weeks looking at it, and eventually he said, the paper has a strong logic. I would be very happy to act as a reviewer for it. This is the man who has more expertise in the application of feedback mathematics to the climate than anyone else on Earth. So we have some growing confidence that we are right about this. But if you're watching this and you think we're wrong, please write and tell me what we've done wrong. Now, the consequences of low sensitivity can be done very briefly. If you do a discounting to what is called present value, and the rationale for that is on your screens now. It's the bird in the hand rule that $1 today is worth more to us than $1 100 years hence in the pockets of our sticky grandchildren. So this is the basis of intertemporal discounting, and you will see there the absurd assumption in the Stern report, which was that they justified the use of a 0.1% social discount rate by saying, well, there's a 1 in 10 chance that because of global warming, the world will come to an end by the end of the 21st century. That was the basis on which all of this governmental expenditure is based. It's plainly bonkers, but you never see anyone point this out. So I thought I would show that to you. And so he uses finally an overall discount rate of 1.4%. The US Treasury uses 7%. The minimum market discount rate is actually 5%. And if you use a lower rate of discount than that, you don't only harm the present generation, you harm future generations as well by reducing the wealth that is left to them. And this is Václav Klaus, again at the World Federation of Scientists, pointing this out. He came at my invitation, gave a wonderful talk. And the market rate, as he says here, is 5%. Now, if you use this simple economic equation here to convert the 1.4% discount rate of Stern to a 5% rate, and do that over 100 years, you find that Stern's best estimate of what it might cost in GDP terms not to act on global warming, which is at the rate of warming we're actually seeing, it's only 3% of GDP. That comes down to 0.5% of GDP. If you then take into account what Will Happer and we have done to prove that the values he was relying upon are in fact excessive, then you're looking at a negligible GDP cost if we never do anything about global warming at all, because frankly there isn't going to be much of it. For more details of the economic aspects of this, I recommend an excellent publication which is forthcoming called Climate Change Reconsidered 3, The Horror Story. And, of course, the Heartland and Joe Bast in particular and Fred Singer must be given, I think, a huge round of applause for the devotion that they have shown in producing these documents. When you think of the billions that are spent by the IPCC to produce rubbish, and then these huge reports are produced by Joe and his team on practically thin air, they get virtually nothing to do this work. It is astonishing that they have devoted so much of their lives and their time and their energy to producing true science rather than bogus science. Now, John Cook, he of the bogus consensus and the Nazi uniform, produced this slide, which shows on the left Anthony Watts, on the right James Delingpole, and in the centre the unknown soldier. And what this does illustrate is that the other side are beginning to realise just how muscular our side of the case actually is. And why is it so muscular? It is thanks to all of you, because you have stood firm and unwavering behind our leaders, the Heartland Institute, as we resist the forces of communist darkness and the forces of totalitarian control. And we have upheld the rights and liberties that your founding fathers always wished for you to have. And every time one reads virtually anything said or spoken by Jefferson, one weeps for the sheer strength of those founding fathers' commitment to freedom and also to the scientific truth. And if you depart from scientific truth, it's very easy to find excuses for departing from freedom. And that is why the totalitarians have made up this nonsense. But I can now, as a result of the mathematics I have had the pleasure of showing to you this morning, say that the scare is over. And it is here on this soil of freedom, the soil of freedom on which I always love to stand. It is here, with the Trump administration, with the Heartland Institute, with the willingness of scientists who are true scientists and true lovers of truth and freedom. It is here in this country that the truth will once again be made to prevail and eventually made to prevail worldwide. And so I'm going to end, as I have once or twice before, with the words of Winston Churchill, addressed to your great nation at the darkest hour in the Second World War. He said this, from Longfellow, he said, "Sail on, O ship of state. Sail on, O Union, strong and great. Humanity, with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate." Thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't know whether we have time for questions. I had to get quite a lot of mathematics in there, but perhaps one or two? Very good. Who was the first question?
Hi.
Oh, Larry, yes. This is Professor Lawrence Gould, the University of Hartford, Connecticut, a very distinguished, largely self-taught physicist. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. He is one of the most diligent and expert physicists I've had the pleasure to come across. And Larry, it's a great joy that you're here. How can I help?
I don't know whether I should sit down now or just ask. From what I see, you pretty much are hanging the IPCC with their own petard using their equation. But I'm wondering to what extent the other issues that should come up in discussing climate change have been taken into account by the people who are criticizing the IPCCs. Where's the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, the AMO, the cosmic connection of Svensmark, you know? What happens about all the manipulation of the data, the homogenization. It seems to be a bloody mess. I mean, and this is only part of what you said.
This is a very fair question. One should not hang one's hat only on a single point. The virtue of the approach that we have on my team, and Will Happer has also done, have attempted to take, is to find something which has the character of a theorem. It has the character of a proof. It is undeniable. There is no argument about this. If we are right, and that's a matter we might discuss later because your input onto this will be extremely valuable, but if we are right in what we have found here, then there is no argument about it. You can argue about the extent of the cosmic ray connection. You can argue about the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. We are probably right in our view on all these points, but we can't actually prove it. And when you're trying to convince that list of people that I showed there, who are really intractable, many of them are communists, you've got to try and convince them that they can't get out of it. This is where Garfield's hint is so important, that this is something that both parties can agree upon without distinction of party. That's what I'm going for here, and that's why in this particular presentation I focused only on these two mathematical errors. That doesn't mean there are not many other problems with climate science. There are, and once we have established that we no longer have to worry about global warming, and I think with luck we have now established that, and if you're watching on YouTube and you disagree, please write in and tell me scientifically why you disagree so that we can have a debate about this. But if we're right that we have proved that climate sensitivity using the IPCC's assumptions cannot exceed 2 Celsius degrees even at the high end, and is more likely to be about 1.5, then that's the end of the climate scare, and it's at that point we can, to quote a phrase, drain the swamp. Yes, sir.
Leo Goldstein from DeFi-CCC12. In one word, can you summarize it? So are the feedback to the so-called radiative forcing, so are the feedbacks negative as they were expected from the beginning, or there are still positive feedbacks?
Right. What I have done, again a very fair question, is to assume ad argumentum, just for the purposes of this presentation, that we will simply take, as I showed, the latest values for feedback sums from the CMIP5 generation of models relied upon by the IPCC and quantified explicitly in Vial et al. 2013. Now, I privately agree very strongly with the excellent work done by Richard Lindzen and his postdoc student Young-Sang Choi in 2009 and updated in 2011. Likewise with Roy Spencer at UAH and his mathematical colleague Braswell in 2010, updated in 2011, and also with a more recent paper by the formidable radiative physicist Hermann Harder, which came out, I think, last year. All of these find climate sensitivity to be of order 0.7 Celsius, about half of the value that we have come to here, because they are all, in their different ways, assuming that feedbacks are, as you mentioned, quite pronouncedly negative. And we would expect that they would be negative, or at best only a tiny bit positive, because otherwise the climate circuit would be far less stable than it has proven to be over the last 810,000 years. So I privately think that Dick Lindzen and all the others I've mentioned are right, in which case our analysis is unnecessary. However, they can't absolutely prove that they're right. And we think that what we've done here is to absolutely prove that we are right. And that means that we can constrain climate sensitivity to less than 2 Celsius per doubling, and therefore there's absolutely no need to spend another red cent on global warming ever again.
This will be the last question.
Right.
Last one? Okay. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Mornington. Please, could you please recall for all of us your United Nations definition of spade?
I did promise Douglas, who comes from Chile, who came to me, and I'm going to talk a bit about Douglas. Do sit down, sir, and I'll do that for you. But Douglas came to me yesterday, and he said, I have watched just about every video you ever done. And he had. He had an astonishing knowledge. And he had got a huge notebook with a list of about a dozen actually quite difficult scientific questions, which we went through over a cup of coffee, and I did my best to answer them. And he said, I do want you to give the civil service definition of a spade. This, of course, comes from the EU classification of goods in transit. And so it goes like this. We wouldn't call it a spade because that's too simple. No, we call it a one-person operated, manually controlled, foot-powered implement of simple and robust, yet adequately efficacious lignometallic composition, designated primarily, though by no means exclusively, utilization on the part of hourly paid operatives deployed in the agricultural, horticultural, or constructional trades or industries, as the case may be, for purposes of carrying out such excavational tasks or duties as may from time to time be designated by supervisory grades as being necessary, desirable, expedient, apposite, or germane with regard to the ongoing furtherance of the task or objective in hand, or, on the other hand, underfoot, Secretary General.
All right. Wow, who knew math could be so entertaining? I've never known that. A little bit of housekeeping, and we'll let you go. There's going to be a 25-minute break at 9:25. We start up again in this room with a panel on sustainability, which is all the buzz these days. In the other room will be a panel on the cost of alternative fuels. And then at 10:45, there's just going to be one panel, and it's going to be plenary in this room, kind of maybe the keynote panel, I guess is what we could call it, on resetting climate policy. So you're not going to want to miss that. A little bit of additional housekeeping. Tom Weissmiller tells me that on August 21st, there's going to be an eclipse, solar eclipse. And because of the weakness, the weak power of the sun and solar activity, it'll be likely the weakest solar eclipse anyone will ever see. And it's going to stretch from Oregon all the way down to South Carolina on August 21st. So mark your calendars, because it should be a thing that you may not see again in your lifetime. Again, we are now dismissed from this room for the next 25 minutes. 9:25, the program begins again. Thank you for watching online. Thank you for being here this morning, and we'll see you later.
Please take your seats. Private conversations at this stage should be taken to the hall. It's time to sit down. We're starting the session. Hello, we're starting the session. It's time to take private conversations to the hall. Please sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. I had an order, but we're going to change the order a little bit. It doesn't matter. I'm Sterling Burnett, for those who haven't seen me before, research fellow and managing editor of Environment and Climate News at the Heartland Institute. Please, in the conversations, take your seats. Hello. Hello. There's an ancient Chinese saying. Some say it's a blessing, some a curse. It says, may you live in interesting times. Well, I think we all agree that these are interesting times indeed, especially since the most recent election. Interesting for what we hope in our heart of hearts may happen, and interesting for the politics behind the scene that may be working to further those goals or subvert them. Sustainability, that's what we're here to discuss today. Seems like an innocuous term. Sustainability, you see flowers and butterflies, you hear the word and you think, who could be against sustainability? Well, the way it's used on college campuses and in industry to force industrial policies, to force government policies today, I stand as against modern notions of sustainability. Because it's loosely used by modern-day Malthusians to bully the unaware into foregoing the use and investment in fossil fuels and to push for policies of universities' codes, investment decisions, and corporate practices rampant in the U.S. to, at their core, sustainability, the people pushing them, they're grossly ill-informed concerning economics, human nature, and individual liberty. And they have the hubris to believe they know how all people ought to live, both now and well into the future. I can't imagine if our forefathers, say, in 1900, believed in their heart of hearts they knew how people should be living in 2001. We would have been subsidizing hay for horses because we're going to have more carriages for our cities. We'd have to subsidize even more than we already do farms because we need more farmers to feed more people. Now, the most proponents of sustainability are at the center of their being. They're curmudgeons at best, and that's okay because I'm a curmudgeon. So that may or may not be a bad thing, but at worst, they're misanthropes. And that's an unmitigated evil. They just don't like people, their friends accepted. Today's speakers are here to shed light on the underlying underpinnings and the potential results of pursuing sustainability as presently defined by its proponents. Our first speaker is Steve Gorham. He's a policy advisor to the Heartland Institute, as well as being a speaker, author, and researcher on environmental issues, as well as an engineer and business executive. He has some strong views on sustainability, which he'll be sharing with you today. Our second speaker on the panel, Paul Dreesen, is a senior fellow with the Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow. I've known Paul for nearly 20 years. His work focuses on energy, the environment, economic development, and international affairs. He is the author of a great book called Eco-Imperialism, Green Power, Black Death. Though he doesn't, I believe, in the book mention the term or use the term sustainability, at least not very often, at its heart, that's what the book's really about. Western environmentalists, misanthropes, trying to enforce their view of how poor people in developing countries ought to live, and he'll go into that. Our third speaker is someone I've also had the pleasure to work with for nearly 20 years, Dr. Inder Goklani. Off and on, For nearly 20 years, I've worked with him. He has worked with the federal and state agencies, think tanks, and the private sector for more than 40 years, including 30 years working on climate change issues and sustainability more recently. Please give them all a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Sterling. Good morning. Thanks to the Heartland Institute for another great conference. And it's quite an honor for me to present to the scientists, economists, and friends today. And I'm going to go first, but I'm going to talk about the nuts and bolts of regulations and laws and about toppling the regulatory pillars of sustainable development. 4 main pillars to be toppled. The first are the regulations on greenhouse gas emissions. Second, vehicle mandates and subsidies. Third, renewable energy mandates and subsidies at the federal and state level. And fourth, rolling back the bans on hydrocarbons. I don't know if you heard Mick Mulvaney last week, the new director of Office of Management and Budget. Very refreshing. He said, regarding the question as to climate change, we're not spending money on that anymore. And the new budget calls for slashing $2.5 billion from the EPA and climate cuts from the Energy Department, Department of State, NASA, NOAA. And we'll see if the Republicans will carry these through, but I'm optimistic. The heart of the matter is the 2009 endangerment finding by the EPA that Dr. Michaels discussed yesterday. The EPA found that greenhouse gas pollution threatens public health and welfare. And this is the basis for all of our major climate regulations, regulations on power plant emissions, the Clean Power Plan, corporate average fuel economy standards for vehicles, social cost of carbon, and other things. And this endangerment finding is going to be used as a basis in legal attacks for anything that the EPA tries to roll back. So it's important that we roll this back. But this is not going to be easy. Prior to the endangerment finding, the Supreme Court in the case Massachusetts versus EPA, and this was a case brought by Massachusetts and 10 other states, sued the EPA, saying they should be regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. And the majority opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court said, under the clear terms of the Clean Air Act, EPA can avoid taking further action only if it determines that greenhouse gases do not contribute to climate change, or if it provides some reasonable explanations as to why it cannot or will not exercise its discretion to determine whether they do. And new Administrator Pruitt, in his written testimony before Congress in January, said the administrator has an important role when it comes to the regulation of carbon dioxide, which I will fulfill consistent with Massachusetts versus EPA and the agency's endangerment finding on greenhouse gases, respective of the applicable statutory framework established by Congress. Now, what I think we hope is that President Trump orders Mr. Pruitt to rescind the endangerment finding. But again, as I said, this is not going to be easy. One path is for the EPA to directly try and rescind this. That's going to go through a little bit of a legal minefield. It's going to face probably a new public comment period. There's going to be a multi-year battle. The states and the non-governmental organizations are going to bring legal suits trying to block this rescindment. And it does risk defeat where the court may decide this is either arbitrary or against scientific opinion. Maybe some of the new evidence that Dr. Michaels talked about yesterday could be of help in winning along that path. Now, Chris Horner of CEI, who I respect very well and who is an insider, thinks that the EPA does have precedent and some statutory ability to make the decision and get it through, so we'll see. A more direct path may be to clarify the Clean Air Act itself through action by Congress. and to indicate that the Clean Air Act was never meant to apply to greenhouse gas emissions and should not apply. That, of course, would remove the basis for all of the greenhouse gas laws, but that will likely face a filibuster in the Senate, so it'll be very difficult. The second area that we need to roll back is vehicle subsidies, particularly the corporate average fuel economy standards set up by the EPA and the Department of Transportation, which calls for automobile mileage standards of 54.5 miles per gallon by 2025. The press talks about mileage, but these standards are all written about carbon dioxide emissions. That's the substance of all of these. And then at the end of the last year, the EPA rushed through their decision on heavy vehicle standards, CAFE standards, saying that their new regulation would reduce emissions by over 1 million CO2 emissions per year. But this will add an estimated $15,000 to the cost of a new heavy truck. Now, the good news on this last regulation is it may be able to be rolled back by Congress under the Congressional Review Act. I think they have about until May to do that. But there's a further problem here, and that is even if these CAFE standards are rolled back, the states may then take the lead on determining what truck and car manufacturers produce. The state of California was given an exemption under the Clean Air Act to set its own carbon standards, and if the state of California and the state of New York and the state of Massachusetts, Oregon, Washington, number of others join together, those may set the tune for emissions from vehicles. Electric cars were created by sustainable development ideology, the whole concept of going to electric cars. Back in 2011, President Obama said we can break our dependence on oil and become the first country to have 1 million electric vehicles on the road by 2015. Well, of course, that hasn't happened, but we still have subsidies in place from the Clean Energy and Security Act of 2009, up to $7,500 tax credit for purchase of a plug-in electric, over $5 billion in grants and loan guarantees for electrics and for battery technology development, and the last administration had the EV Everywhere Challenge and the Workplace Charging Challenge. And Europe is doing much of the same thing. Germany, Netherlands, Norway are all looking to ban the internal combustion engine, force all cars to be electrics by the year 2030. But most Americans don't want plug-in electric cars. A little graph here of U.S. small vehicle sales, almost 18 million last year. That little tiny line at the bottom there, that's plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. The Ford F-Series pickup truck was the leading selling model in the U.S. last year, and it sold 5 times the amount of plug-in electrics. And the amount of vehicles, 63% of vehicles were SUVs or pickup trucks in the U.S. market last year, up from 50% just 3 years ago. So Americans don't want little tiny plug-in electric cars, they want the bigger stuff. The third area is rolling back the green energy subsidy regime. The main areas here are the wind production tax credit, solar net metering at a state level, and the state renewable portfolio standards laws. I hope you all know why wind energy is such a big hit in Iowa. Iowa now has the highest density of wind turbines in the country. And the reason is because, first, wind systems erected in Iowa get a almost 2.3 cents wind production tax credit, 2.3 cents per kilowatt hour. That's reducing slowly over time. But the state of Iowa also paid an additional 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour, a total of almost 4 cents per kilowatt hour in an after-tax credit. And the market price for electricity, wholesale price, was only 3.5 cents a kilowatt hour in Iowa. So, man, everybody ought to be building wind turbines in Iowa. Interesting, though, if we look at electricity prices in the states that are erecting wind turbines, over the last 8 years, from 2008 to 2016, First thing we should note is that U.S. electricity prices have risen very little. That's that blue line, 4.8% in the last 8 years. But 9 of the top 12 wind states have increases of 13 to 37% over that time period. So we see one of the results of subsidies for wind, and that is higher electricity prices. Massachusetts is paying enormous subsidies for solar. Governor Deval Patrick said, "We have a solar revolution underway here in the Commonwealth. Solar is a key part of our clean energy future." Well, that's because they were paying solar developers 30 cents a kilowatt hour when the market price was $5. Well, every Tom, Jane, and Harry should have been building solar in Massachusetts, and they would have been, except they restricted the number of these subsidy situations that they handed out. Anyone, interesting question here. Does solar provide a net energy gain? A study last year by Ferroni and Hopkirk, they did an analysis called Energy Recovered over Energy Invested for solar systems that were installed in Germany and in Switzerland. And they found that over the 25-year life of a solar system, they didn't receive as much energy out as it took to create the solar cells and install the systems. Only 82% of the energy was recovered. Now, I've translated this to the United States by adjusting the insulation, and it turns out that anything built above the 35th degree latitude is not going to get as much energy out. So anybody putting in solar in Massachusetts is paying for a lot of energy to be used in China, and they don't get as much out when they put it into Massachusetts. Net metering is another thing that needs to be rolled back. We need to change net metering credits to the wholesale price. Today, most states that have net metering pay a credit that's equal to the retail price, somewhere between 8 and 20 cents per kilowatt hour. But the actual value of that generated electricity is 3 to 5 cents a kilowatt hour. So we ought to roll those back. State of Nevada did that in 2015. And solar installations dropped 90% in a single year. Roger Helmer gave a great presentation on some of the madness in Europe yesterday. This is a little bit of a quantification. What I've plotted on the vertical axis is the per person wind and solar capacity in a nation. Along the horizontal axis is the retail electricity price for all the nations of Europe. And if you look, you see a pretty good trend there. The more wind and solar you have, the higher your electricity prices. In Spain, they're paying 3 times the United States price, and in Germany and Denmark, 4 times the United States price. Another demonstrated result of wind and solar subsidies, again, higher electricity rates. And in more than 25 states, we have renewable portfolio standards laws, marvelous laws which force our utilities to buy an increasing amount of wind and solar and renewable generation or be fined. Consumers pay twice for these, first through their taxes and the subsidies that go to the wind and solar companies, and second, they pay with higher electricity rates. We need to roll these back. Some of that is occurring already. In Kansas, Ohio, North Carolina, West Virginia, these states have rolled back or weakened their renewable portfolio standards laws. And the fourth area is bans on hydrocarbon use. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the age of nope. It used to be NIMBY, not in my backyard, but today it's nope, not on planet Earth. If there's a pipeline, if there's a power plant, if there's an export terminal, if there's even a university endowment that involves hydrocarbons, it's going to be opposed. Well, for 30 years I had the joy of kayaking the great whitewater rivers of North America, so this image caught my attention. This is a picture of Seattle Harbor in 2015. That tall structure you see in the back, the yellow structure, that's a Shell oil drilling terminal on its way to the Arctic Ocean. Now, all these protesters in kayaks in front, they're all wearing a Gore-Tex dry suit or some other synthetic material. They have a personal flotation device of nylon and foam. They have a neoprene spray skirt. They have a boat made of cross-linked polyethylene or carbon fiber composite. Even their paddles and signs are plastic, folks. Everything they're wearing comes from a hydrocarbon. So we need to roll back these hydrocarbon bans, and the new administration has already started down that path. Bans on the Keystone XL pipeline and Dakota Access pipeline are lifted. We have bans on coal mining, eastern U.S. offshore drilling, Arctic drilling that need to be lifted, and at the state level, the bans on hydraulic fracturing in New York State, Vermont, and most recently in Maryland. One thing you should get from this conference, if you attended the scientific panel, is that the evidence is showing that climate change is dominated by natural rather than man-made factors. There is no regulation that the EPA can put in place that will stop the oceans from rising. There's no law that any state can pass that will make the storms less frequent or less severe. Because climate change is dominated by natural factors, thousands of laws across hundreds of nations, all summed together, are not going to have a meaningful impact on global temperatures. But there is one demonstrated result from wind and solar subsidies, and if there are any representatives from states or our federal government listening today, the question your constituents ought to be asking you is, why do you want to raise our energy prices? So in summary, we need to topple the Sustainable Development Regulations. That is to roll back the endangerment finding on carbon dioxide or go through congressional action to do that, remove corporate average fuel economy standards for vehicles, eliminate the subsidies for electric plug-in cars, phase out wind and solar subsidies at federal and state levels, rescind the state RPS laws, and roll back the hydrocarbon bans. I look forward to your questions.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Heartland Institute for making this fabulous conference possible. If any aspect of modern environmentalism rises above the others, it is the movement's implacable opposition to fossil fuels, the abundant, reliable, affordable energy that powers civilization and makes our industries, livelihoods, healthcare, nutrition, and living standards possible. But of course, advancing this viewpoint, movement, and agenda requires more than simply saying, we hate fossil fuels. As the Club of Rome recognized decades ago, achieving these goals requires creating a common enemy against whom we can unite. What's needed is allegedly looming disasters caused by human intervention in natural processes and requiring changed attitudes and behavior to avoid global calamities, threats to the very survival of our wildlife, civilization, and planet. Equally essential from the activist perspective is that they and their government allies be in charge, in control, to end fossil fuel use and prevent these catastrophes. Of course, the first looming disaster is dangerous man-made climate change, or global warming, the catastrophic human-caused changes in our climate and its many convoluted, exaggerated, and fabricated disaster scenarios. The second looming disaster is the equally phony and actually evil twin of the first: resource depletion, the assertion that humanity is rapidly exhausting the energy and other natural resources that enable societies to function, and that future generations are going to need to survive and prosper at whatever level the environmentalist factions might permit. Preventing this disaster requires sustainable development, or sustainability. The two concepts have become the primary justification for blocking energy and economic growth, rolling back first world living standards, de-developing the United States and other industrialized countries, and preventing all but minimal development in the third world. Climate change and sustainability are also linked inextricably to a third mantra, the so-called precautionary principle. This is the extreme end of the risk management spectrum. It's the assertion that no action, policy, or technology should be permitted until its promoters can conclusively prove it will not harm society, humanity, or the environment. The three mantras are brilliant in their simplicity and their audacity. Whatever environmentalist extremists hate or despise is climate threatening, unsustainable, and intolerably dangerous. Whatever they support, promote, or will profit from is earth friendly, climate stabilizing, sustainable, and safe. To further ensure the desired policy and power outcome, climate sustainability and precautionary principles examine only risks and harms that a despised action, policy, or technology might cause. They never consider the dangers and damages that might be reduced, prevented, or eliminated. How do we respond? We challenge their supposed consensus. We eviscerate their claims. We show that their mantras, agendas, and alternatives are not just wrong, they're unethical and unsustainable. They damage wildlife and the environment, insult human dignity, reduce human living standards and lifespans, and are especially harmful to the most impoverished, malnourished, disease-ravaged, energy-deprived, and politically powerless people on our planet. They're inhumane and eco-imperialistic, and they're even genocidal. My South African friend, Leon Lowe, has put it this way: for environmentalists to tell destitute people they must never aspire to living standards much better than they have now because it wouldn't be sustainable is just one more example of the hypocrisy we have had thrust in our faces in an era when we can and should grow fast enough to become fully developed in a single generation. We're fed up with it. And yet, the anti-development attitudes and policies continue. Now, don't get me wrong. I strongly support real sustainability. Excuse me. Oh, I lost my place here a second. I strongly support real sustainability, and that is the thoughtful, caring, responsible, economical stewardship and conservation of land, water, energy, metallic, forest, wildlife, and other natural resources. And I think responsible businesses, families, and communities do this every day. What I'm not a fan of is public relations sustainability. This involves bland, superficial, unverifiable, corporate image-enhancing assertions that a company is devoted to renewable fuels, sustainability, corporate responsibility, environmental justice, reducing its carbon footprints, or saving polar bears, for instance. And they do this to garner favorable press or to appease radical environmental groups. It rarely works. What I despise and oppose and want to discuss today is political or politicized sustainability and its realities, absurdities, and duplicities. Like dangerous man-made global warming or climate change, political sustainability relies on ideological assertions and theoretical computer models as an alternative to actual outside our windows reality. Its purpose is to gain greater government and agitator control over people's energy use, lives, livelihoods, liberties, and living standards. It reflects a poor understanding of basic energy, economic, resource extraction, manufacturing, and human rights realities. And in fact, it rejects all of the above. The most common definition is that we may meet the needs of current generations only to the extent that doing so will not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their needs. Sustainability thus reflects the assertion that we're rapidly depleting finite resources and must reduce our current needs and wants in order to save these resources for future generations. You know, at first blush it sounds logical and maybe even ethical, but think about it a minute. Under sustainability precepts, we're supposed to predict future technologies. and ensure that today's resource needs will not compromise the completely unpredictable energy and raw material requirements that those completely unpredictable future technologies will require. We're also supposed to safeguard the assumed needs of future generations, even if it means ignoring or compromising the very undeniable, very real needs of current generations, including the needs, aspirations, health, and welfare of the world's poorest people, who desperately want to improve their lives. And somehow we're presumably supposed to do this for generation after generation. For thousands of years, humanity advanced at a snail's pace. As the modern fossil fuel industrial era found its footing, progress picked up rapidly until the speed of change became almost exponential. How today is anyone supposed to predict what might be in store 10, 50, 100 years from now? It can't be done. Moreover, as we moved from flint to copper to bronze, iron, steel, and way beyond, we didn't do so because mankind had exhausted these raw materials. We did it because we innovated. We invented something better, more practical, more efficient, and each advance required different raw materials. Who today can foresee what raw materials future technologies will require? How are we supposed to know that and ensure that future families meet their needs if we cannot possibly know what those needs will be? Sustainability is like some Stone Age bureaucrat worrying endlessly about the looming depletion of known flint and obsidian deposits. Why then would we even think of empowering government to regulate today's activities based on the wholly unpredictable technologies, lifestyles, needs, and resource demands of future generations? Why would we ignore or compromise the pressing needs of current generations to meet those totally unpredictable future needs? Resource depletion claims also fail to account for new technologies that increase energy and mineral reserves, reduce their costs, or decrease the need for certain raw materials like copper, because lightweight fiber optic cables made from silica, one of Earth's most abundant resources, can carry thousands of times more information than a huge bundle of copper wires that weigh 800 times more. And in 1887, when Wisconsin's Hearthstone House became the world's first home lit by hydroelectric power, no one could possibly foresee how electricity would dominate, enhance, and safeguard our lives in the myriad ways that it does today. No one could envision the many ways we generate that electricity today. A century later, no one predicted tiny cellular phones with amazing digital cameras and more computing power than a desktop computer had in 1990, or thousands of wind turbines sprawling across our mountaintops and fruited plains. No one expected we would need so much cadmium, lithium, rare earth metals, or other raw materials to manufacture these technological wonders and abominations. No one anticipated that 4D seismic technologies, new deep water drilling technologies, and hydraulic fracturing, for example, could find and produce so much oil and natural gas that we still have at least a century's worth of these vital resources, when experts had told us just a decade ago we had less than 25 years left. And yet, with these amazing true stories staring us right in the face, we're still supposed to predict the future 50 or 100 years from now, safeguard the assumed needs of future generations, and ignore the needs of current generations. Remember one other important fact about all of this. Our natural resources, including energy, our master resource, don't have to last forever. They only have to last long enough for our ultimate resource, our creative intellects, to discover replacements, new deposits, production techniques, raw material substitutes, or technologies. And of course, all of this is irrelevant to politicized sustainability dogma, which focuses on ridding the world of fossil fuels regardless of any social, economic, environmental, or human costs of doing so. And regardless of whether supposed alternatives really are green, eco-friendly, or sustainable. Mandated U.S. ethanol quotas eat up 40% of this nation's corn cropland the size of Iowa. billions of gallons of water and vast quantities of pesticides, fertilizers, tractor fuel, and natural gas to produce energy that drive up food prices, adversely affect food aid and nutrition, damage small engines, and get 1/3 less mileage per gallon than gasoline. Heavily subsidized wind turbines require millions of acres for turbines and ultra-long transmission lines and millions of tons of concrete, steel, copper, rare earth metals, and fiberglass. The turbines create chronic health problems for people living near them and kill millions of birds and bats annually to produce intermittent, unreliable, budget-busting, job-killing electricity that costs twice as much as coal or gas-fueled electricity and must be backed up by fossil fuel generators that have to go from standby to full power dozens of times a day every time the wind stops blowing. In the meantime, American and Canadian companies are cutting down millions of acres of forest habitats. There we are. Forest habitats, turning millions of trees into wood pellets that they truck to coastal ports and transport on oil-fueled cargo ships to England to be hauled by truck and burned in place of coal to generate electricity so that England can meet its renewable fuel targets. And to top it off, the pellets, of course, cost more than coal, which Britain still has in abundance. So utility companies receive hundreds of millions of dollars every year in taxpayer and consumer subsidies to make up the difference. It's pretty crazy. They also have huge anaerobic digesters that don't have enough farm waste to fuel them, so they grow fuel crops on 130,000 acres of farmland, that's 4 times the size of Washington, D.C., specifically for the purpose of burning those fuels in the digesters or converting them. And of course, when these biofuels are burned, they still generate climate-wrecking carbon dioxide. So I ask, why not just build the fossil fuel power plants and drill and frack for natural gas to fuel them and forget about the wind turbines, digesters, wood pellets, and other pseudo-renewable, pseudo-sustainable, pseudo-alternatives? Well, because it's not about real sustainability. It's about activist politicians, regulators, and crony capitalists imposing their views, controlling people's lives, dictating energy use and economic growth and living standards, and getting richer in the process. As World Watch Institute founder Lester Brown put it, building an environmentally sustainable future requires restricting the global economy, dramatically changing human reproductive behavior, and altering values and lifestyles. Doing this quickly requires nothing short of a revolution. Here's former Vice President Al Gore's perspective. Minor shifts in policy, moderate improvements in laws and regulations, rhetoric offered in lieu of genuine change, these are all forms of appeasement designed to satisfy the public's desire to believe that sacrifice, struggle, and a wrenching transformation of society will not be necessary. Of course, the activist politicians and regulators and industrials will feel little pain as they enjoy salaries and perks paid by taxpayers, consumers, and foundations, fly to UN and other conferences at posh 5-star resorts around the world, and implement agendas that redesign, control, and transform other people's lives. It's we, the governed, especially poor and minority and working class citizens, who will suffer worst, and the world's poorest families who will pay the biggest price. More than 1.2 billion people still do not have electricity. Another 2 billion worldwide have electrical power only sporadically and unpredictably. In India alone, more people than live in the USA still lack electricity. In sub-Saharan Africa, number of people equal to those living in Europe still cook and heat with wood, charcoal, and animal dung. Hundreds of millions get horribly sick. 5 million die every year from lung and intestinal diseases due to breathing smoke from their open fires and not having refrigeration, clean water, and safe food. They are being told they must be content with a few wind turbines near their villages, solar panels on their huts, and sustainable, climate-friendly, solar-powered cook stoves that manage to cook an egg in maybe 40 minutes. President Obama told President Obama told Africans, they should refrain from using dirty fossil fuels and focus instead on their bountiful wind, solar, and geothermal and biofuel energy. His agencies repeatedly turned down requests for loans to build fossil fuel powered plants in Africa. And in 2013, he issued a Power Africa initiative that focused on sustainable development and sustainable energy instead of what people really need over there. True sustainable development improves living standards instead of paying mere lip service to them. It allows people the freedom to develop and use technologies and practices that conserve resources, reduce waste and pollution, and ensure that current generations maintain their living standards in industrialized nations and have the energy and resources needed in poor countries to end the poverty, disease, and malnutrition that for too long have made life there nasty, brutish, and short. In simple terms, real sustainability tells poor nations, don't do what rich countries are doing now that they are rich. Do what rich countries did to become rich, and do it as responsible stewards of God's creation. Real sustainability enables people of today to prosper, leaves the world better than we found it, and paves the way for future generations to benefit from the wisdom and innovations that we, their predecessors, have developed. We should do everything possible to make that happen. Anything less deserves our scorn and opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, and I have to thank Harlan for arranging this conference. I'm going to take a much narrower look at the world than Paul did, or even Steve. I'm actually going to adopt the definition or the views of sustainability that the Greens have. And I hope to show that under those very definitions, fossil fuels have made the world much more environmentally sustainable. But before I go there, I think the single most important thing about sustainability, which many people seem to miss, is that if it is not economically sustainable, it is not sustainable, period. And subsidies don't count, because after some time you run out of everybody else's money. And as the Europeans are going to find out, and actually, from our point of view, we shouldn't try to dissuade the Europeans. They want to shoot themselves in the foot. It's your foot. You can do with it what you want. Go ahead and do it. Well, I'm sorry you are trapped in that. Okay. And in fact, I think that was one of the reasons why the Europeans were after the Americans in the 1990s and earlier for us to have climate change regulations, etc., because they saw that we had a little bit of an advantage in terms of energy development, etc., and they wanted to rein us back. They had no idea that we'd have shale, etc. At that time, nobody did, actually. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So as I said, I hope to show that under the currently acceptable definitions of sustainable development, fossil fuels have made the environment more sustainable. And that's why I've titled my talk that fossil fuels allow the rest of nature to coexist with humanity. Before going there, let me note that it is virtually acknowledged by everybody that the single most important reason for the loss of ecosystems and biodiversity is, quote unquote, habitat loss, or I would say more accurately, most of the time it is really habitat conversion, because you don't really lose habitat if you convert something to cropland. It's still there. It's being used, maybe not as efficiently or for the things that you'd like it to be used for, but it's still being used. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's continue. I'll show that fossil fuels have forestalled massive habitat conversion, substantially lowering the risk to biodiversity, even as the needs of an expanding and wealthier population are being met. So how does fossil fuel reduce habitat conversion? Well, it all comes down to the fact that it increases the productivity of the entire food and agricultural system from the farm to the consumer. And even before that, in fact, as we will see. And because of that, less habitat is converted to cropland, which means there's more land for the rest of nature, and which reduces the threats to biodiversity and ecosystems. Now, fossil fuels have managed to do this, as I said, through, I'm all thumbs, I'm sorry for that. Okay, through a whole set of fossil fuel-driven technologies that have directly or indirectly increased net yields on the farm through things like the use of nitrogen fertilizer, which comes from the Haber-Bosch process, pesticides, most of which are derived from petroleum or natural gas, irrigation, which needs irrigation pumps need fossil fuel generated electricity, or directly they use ICEs, and internal combustion engines, agricultural machinery, and then we have atmospheric CO2 fertilization and atmospheric nitrogen deposition. And I should add these days, climate change. All of those are the result of direct or indirectly, for the most part, the usage of fossil fuels. At the same time, the losses at each stage in transportation, in storing, whether it's at the market, whether it's at the consumer, whether it's in between, etc., all of these use technologies that are fossil fuel derived. You cannot, your Ziploc bags and stuff like that, saran wrap, etc., they're all petroleum products. It's like that kayaking thing that Steve was showing. Everything there is made of hydrocarbons. Actually, I wish somebody would have a model up there, not a climate model, a real model, and let's go through an exercise where we take off each article that the person is wearing, if it contains or is based upon fossil fuels, and you'll find, hey, lo and behold, we are just like nature, like we came on Earth from nature. Anyway, I don't think our fossil fuel people have figured out that that would be a good way to sell their products, or at least sell people on the social value of their stuff. Okay, let's move on. For example, we have a bunch of, here's one technology that predates the internal combustion engine. It actually doesn't. This was in 1938. It's a 16 horsepower combine. Okay. Well, the internal combustion engine got rid of these 16 horses, but the most important part is that in 1910, 27% of our land was devoted to raising crops, feed for animals, not just animals, horses and mules, etc. So if and when internal combustions came in, we had 27% of the land was no longer being used for this, and that land could now be used for human food. except, of course, we are working on destroying that by making, having people grow fuel on that. Anyway, so automatically that 27% reduction leads to an additional food for 36 or 37% people. Imagine the saving that we've got in terms of land conversion. Okay, yesterday I showed these, and to make the point that indirect CO2 fertilization, nitrogen deposition, and climate change has increased the Earth's productive since 1982 alone. Okay, which isn't going all the way to the Industrial Revolution by 14%. So if you went back all the way, it would be a lot more. I haven't figured it out, but apparently the IPCC somewhere it's a throwaway line, and I've got to chase this down. It says that the global and biological global land biological productivity may be 5% higher now than in pre-industrial times. Think about this. We've destroyed all those forests. We've deforested a good part of Amazon, a good part of India, etc., and we are producing the land is more productive despite that. And fossil fuels are a good part of that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to estimate. Okay, in any case, before, let me go through this. What this tells, I can't even figure out what I've got here because I don't read very well from the corner of my eye. Okay, we've got cropland and pasture from 1700 to the present, to 2012. Okay, and I also have it per capita. But we can see that the amount of cropland and pasture land has kind of peaked. Okay, these are the solid blue and solid red lines, and on a per capita basis we are using a lot less, and all of that has saved. You can see how much land it would have saved if we had kept on converting land at the same rate as the population was rising. Okay, and this is what fossil fuels have allowed us to do. So what I'm going to do is try to estimate how much land fossil fuels have saved for the rest of nature. Okay, I purposefully use the term rest of nature because a lot of people believe we are apart from nature. We are not. And it's very important to use those terms because people have to recognize that we are part of nature. So this dichotomy which you have in the sustainable development paradigm normally adopted, that there's the rest of nature and there is us, I don't think that's a really good breakdown, actually. And it's actually a false breakdown. So what I'll do is I will just look at a lower bound estimate because the point I'm trying to make is that fossil fuels have made us a lot more sustainable. Okay, I don't care if what the upper bound is. And I will just look at 3 major sources of increased productivity. Nitrogenous fertilizers, pesticides, and aerial fertilization from CO2 and nitrogen deposition. And this is an underestimate because I've left out lots and lots of technologies that one could have looked at. Okay, for example, I'm not taking into consideration the fact that agricultural machinery is now driven by internal combustion engines rather than horses and mules. Okay, things like that. I'm going to ignore the fact that irrigation uses fossil fuel powered pumps. Also, I'm also going to ignore the fact that all this stuff has actually made pasture lands more effective. So I'm just focusing on cropland. Okay, so when I do this, this is what I get. Okay, the other thing that we have to remember is I'm going to ignore the fact that 70% of the global fiber production is from fossil fuels, is from synthetic fibers. That is from fossil fuels. That means virtually only 30% from the rest. Fossil fuels account for 81% of total primary energy supply. if we were still relying on the land, biomass, etc., a lot of that 30% of fiber and 81% of energy would have to come from the land. I'm ignoring all that. So what I'm giving you is a really low bound, okay? And this is what I get. For nitrogenous fertilizers, in 2008, on the 100th anniversary of Haber-Bosch, it was estimated that 48% of food production was due to the Haber-Bosch process. Enormous amount. And if you look at synthetic pesticides, I estimate using Werke, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Werke estimate, he looked at he looked at 7 or 8 or umpteen crops actually, and I think he must have looked at thousands of experiments essentially, and he figures that in the absence of any pesticides, there would be a loss of 50 to 77% of crops. And and that's right. And I use his estimates, and I assume that in the absence of synthetic pesticides, the other pesticides that we'd use, because farmers are still going to use pesticides, or they will use other methods, I will assume that the substitute pesticides will be 50% effective, which I think is relatively high. Okay, and then I also assume that there's a 10% increase in productivity from CO2 fertilization. And I have not bothered about the nitrogen deposition, etc. If I do all those, sum just these 3 factors, then I've figured that just because of these 3 factors, the increase in food production is 174%. That means instead of producing 100 units, we are producing 274 units. Okay? Now, this means that to make, if there were no fossil fuels, we would have to have 4.3 billion hectares rather than 1.6 billion hectares. That means we'd have to convert 21% of global land area into cropland, okay? Which is about the size of South America and Europe combined. And when you compare this with all the land that has been set aside for nature by all the governments, there has been a push to do that. And by 2009, that set aside 12.5%. It's more than that. So what I'm saying is fossil fuels have saved more land for nature than all the conservationist efforts. They wouldn't like to hear that. Okay. The other thing is Barnowski and company, he's a guy who's always pushing the tipping points theory, okay? He says that 43% of global terrestrial ecosystem has already been converted to human use. So if I add the 21% to that, I get 64%, okay? Now, he says that, they talk about tipping points, but these are, nobody knows what the tipping points are. So they postulate these, and he says his tipping point would be at 50. Well, we'd already be over his 50%. He'd have to revise that number now. Okay. Now, so if we were using 64% of biological output just for feeding us, okay, what would that do to species? So I use something called the species area curve, okay, and based on that, I figure that the species at risk of extinction would increase by 70 to 78% had there been no fossil fuels. And as I said, this is a lower bound estimate. So in summary, global ecosystem productivity has increased. Fossil fuels are responsible for at least 63% of global food production, and we would need an additional 21% of global land area just to meet human needs, and we would have exceeded the so-called tipping point, and potential species extinctions would have increased by over 70%. And that's why I say fossil fuels have made it possible for human beings to coexist with the rest of nature. And that's how fossil fuels make us more sustainable, environmentally sustainable. Thank you.
Now, I will not be recognizing the questioners. John will do that, but please wait till John appears by your side with a microphone and identify yourself and ask a question.
Good morning. Steve Welsmock, Reality News. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your presentations. They're all excellent. Dr. Goklani, that last presentation was absolutely terrific, and I think your focus is just exactly right on. This type of information is the kind of thing that's being ignored, and this is the truth. And frankly, I would encourage you to take this, and I'd be more than happy to help you in any way I could, and get this into a book, because this is exactly where we need to go, because this is the truth of how fossil fuels have helped us on all parts of it, especially environmentally. And your work is just tremendous here. I just wanted to make that comment because I'm just really impressed.
Thank you very much.
My name's Clint Laird. I'm with the Cesar Rodney Institute, an SPN member in Delaware. My question is to Steve. Steve, is there, in your presentation you commented about the public relations value for companies to get on board with the green agenda. My question is there any, I think I got that right, perhaps it was Paul.
Well, actually I do that in my new book, but I don't know, maybe we were talking about it earlier. Absolutely tremendous pressures on companies to be green.
Correct. So my question is there any company or has there been any caving? Is there an example where that worked against a company and they said, no, we're not going to buy that product because you say it's green, we don't think it is?
Except for my personal experience, I rebel when somebody says it's green this or green that. But there's tremendous pressure on companies, everything from trying to do the right thing, not understanding the real environmental science, boycotts from green groups, suppliers. T.J. Rogers wrote the foreword for my next book. He was the founder of Cypress Semiconductor. He sells ICs to Apple. He's got to be a green company. Apple will not accept ICs unless you're a green company. So there are tremendous pressures on business today to be green. And there's also there's a public relations value. The public expects it. You can sell green products for a higher price than regular products. So there are tremendous marketing issues. But when I go talk to groups, I say the one thing you need to realize is that all these measures do effectively zero for the environment. So realize this ought to be in your public relations department. That's the place it belongs.
I would like to respond a little bit. There has been some companies, if you'd like to contact me later, I can get you some names, that have said they've gone green and have suffered backlash when it turned out, in fact, they hadn't gone that green. Chipotle is a prominent one, said we're not going to use GMO foods, and it turns out, well, what we mean is about 30% of our foods won't be GMO.
No, they found it's in everything.
Yeah, that was the problem. They found it's in everything. How do you make tortillas if you're using corn if you can't use GMO corn? So there are instances.
Dr. Gatlani, over here.
Okay, sorry.
George Mears, Suffolk, Virginia. I believe it was IPCC6. They had or a non-governmental, Conference 6. There was an Indian researcher. I think he was a doctor, and he basically had statistics that were of the usable kind, talking about the losses of food crops due to lack of transportation in India. You're talking about the tragic numbers of deaths due to snake bites because there was no serum, because they only had a power a couple hours a day, and so there was no refrigeration, that sort of things. Have those kind of anecdotal things been compiled and brought up to date to where we are now? Because that's, if you can start making those, I thought that was a very powerful case for, the liberal mindset of let them use a couple of solar cells and keep everybody in poverty. And I mean, those were just dramatic statistics. And we've already gone through the process once of bringing them to light. Are we maintaining that, or is Heartland maintaining that, or is anybody maintaining that?
I think there might be some people who are kind of keeping track on that, but these days, you can, essentially, if you want to find something out, you just Google it, okay? I just Googled, I think the other day I Googled snake bites in India, and the number, I don't remember, I think it was like 25,000. and people die from snake bites in India. I found that really high, and I'm not sure that I totally believe that number, but you know, because 25,000 seems like a heck of a lot.
That's considerably less than it was 6 years ago.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I was born and bred in India. I came, here when I was 23 years old, and we used to have cobras all the time. You know, you just have to use a little bit of caution, that's all. and you won't get bit. It's known as adaptation.
If I could add something about India that supports...
And actually, I almost shared a bathroom with a cobra once. And
if I could support Dr. Goklani's information about agriculture, Paul Ehrlich said in the 1960s that India could never feed 400 million people. At that time, they had 300 million. Today, there's more than 1 billion people in India. In the 1960s, they were importing food every year. Their population has tripled, but their GNP is up by a factor of 10, and now they are exporting grains. And they're only using 3% more land, and all that is, you know, that you can attribute that to modern farming techniques, including hydrocarbons.
Straight back in the middle.
And Norman Borlaug.
Norman Borlaug.
Hi, Adam Wildavsky. I have questions for Dr. Gorham on the power plants. You said that a solar plant over its lifetime produces less energy than was required to build it in the first place. So if I understand correctly, that means this plant is creating CO2 more than if it had never been built in the first place. Well, now, if I tell my environmentalist friends, they're going to tell me, oh, yes, but the new generation of solar cells, sorry, I'm in the middle here.
Okay.
The new generation of solar cells is so much more efficient. So, you know, I'm wondering if that's the case, and also how much a rational power plant, what's its energy balance in terms of input and output over its lifetime?
Yeah, thanks for the promotion. I'm actually not a doctor, but yeah, the energy recovered over energy invested analysis is very interesting, and when you look at all the costs, the ER over EI for solar is right about 1 or 2. A coal-fired power plant or a gas plant is about 10 to 15. You get 10 or 15 times the energy out as you put in. So it really is remarkable. You know, as I think Albert Einstein said, what was his quote? Only 2 things are infinite. One is the universe, and the other is human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe, is what he said.
This will be the last question.
I had a question on this side. I had a question about fossil fuels. It would seem to me that electric cars make a lot of sense, primarily because they save fossil fuels for use in airplanes later. We don't have, even theoretically, another way to make an airplane work except for fossil fuels because it has to carry its fuel with it. Do you have a comment about maybe electric cars do make sense because they're at least on the ground and we can regenerate here?
Well, again,
go ahead, far away.
The thing with electric cars is they have to be recharged somewhere. And if it's all going to be based on non-fossil fuels, wind and solar, you're going to have to blanket even more of the country. You can't build an electric car without fossil fuels. You can't run a factory just on wind and solar without all the backups, or even with the backups. And the raw materials going in have to be extracted from many sources, again, using fossil fuels. You get very short mileage, even shorter if you turn on your heat or air conditioning. And I think you have to recognize that we do have a lot more fossil fuels than we have been led to believe we have.
Absolutely.
The key thing is, as I said in my talk, innovation is going to come forward at some unexpected point with something completely revolutionary that nobody ever thought of before, similar to horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing that came in under the radar, and all of a sudden here it is making this enormous impact. Same with the Hearthstone House in Wisconsin. So I have a tremendous faith in what Julian Simon called our ultimate resource, our creative intellect. And I don't think we need to be focusing on electric cars with all the problems that they have on all the levels I just mentioned.
Absolutely. The idea that we have to save hydrocarbon fuels for aircraft, that comes out of the philosophy that we're running out. We have centuries of hydrocarbons remaining. There's methane hydrates. I mean, there's just unbelievable amounts that are not yet tapped. So that we don't need to do that at this point.
You know, the electric cars have been our future for the last 110 years.
Yeah. True.
That's right. They just haven't gotten here yet. But fact of the matter is, I'm an electrical engineer, did solid-state physics. I have great faith that one of these days we will have solar that is really efficient. But we aren't there yet. Until we get there, don't subsidize these crazy things. You know, and you just have to wait and see how technology unfolds. But don't push it because you'd like it to happen. It ain't happening yet. It hasn't happened for 110 years, and it might happen. There is no shortage of hydrocarbons. We have got coal. You can gasify. The Germans taught us that using the Fischer-Tropsch process, etc. These are ancient processes, and you can make gasoline out of that. And if you can make gasoline, you can make the other stuff too. There's no shortage.
Let me throw in one more point, and that is that the lithium and other materials needed for those batteries comes from places where there are no environmental or health controls, including Democratic Republic of Congo and China. And the people in those areas suffer tremendously. DRC, you have children down in those mines digging out the lithium ores, and this is never covered in any of the environmental literature that talks about how important shifting over to electricity, battery-powered everything's, how important it is to do that. They just ignore the human rights and health and environmental consequences because they're happening in somebody else's backyard.
Has anyone here ever been to the Badlands of South Dakota before, besides myself? Where these mines take place, it looks like a moonscape in the Badlands. Well, it looks like the same thing or worse where these mines for battery powers and rare earth mines take place. In any case, thank you all for attending. Let's give our speakers one final round of applause. Gentlemen, do me this favor. Sure. Send me all your PowerPoints. Sure.
Well, yeah, they have them. They have them. Okay.
Yeah, but if you could send them directly to me.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Because I'm going to be using it to summarize this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
By 10:43, I want to get started. So that means let's wrap it up.
How fossil fuels humanity from nature from humanity. And essentially, I was talking about things that were running through my thoughts. I didn't do a great job.
Paging Myron Ebel, Steve Malloy, and Betty Grandy. Betty, please come up to the front. It's going to be Myron, Steve, and then Betty. We don't need stairs. We're going Myron, Steve, Betty.
We're doing what's in the program. Perfect.
What's written in the program is gospel. Testing, testing, testing. All right, this is going to be a fantastic panel. This one is called Resetting Climate Policy, and I really can't think. Oh. Never mind then. I was just trying to, that was a, I know. Okay, continue your conversations. We need to mic everyone up. I'm just very anxious. I'm very excited for this role and this panel. So. But while we're waiting, please put your phones on silent or vibrate because, you know, Tom Jones' What's New Pussycat is a great song, but not during the middle of a presentation. And, you know, you guys will feel like, oh, no, that was me. I feel embarrassed right now. So let's just save everyone, spare everyone the potential embarrassment, put that phone on silent, and keep the table talk to a minimum. Otherwise, we're gonna enjoy this program. So I guess I'll get into explaining a little bit about who we have on the program, even though, you know, we're still miking up. We don't want to run too far over our time. And also, make sure after this panel is over, you guys head out, take your stuff with you because we need to set the room up for lunch. And then we'll have Becky Norton Dunlop and Will Happer will be the headliner or the keynote speaker for lunch. So make sure you guys come back for that. So first up today, we're going to have Steve Malloy, who's the founder of JunkScience.com and the author of Scare Pollution. He's going to be talking about draining the swamp on climate policy. Then we'll have Betty Grandy, who is a research fellow at the Heartland Institute, a good friend of mine. She was also a former legislator in the state of North Dakota, as they like to say. I'm Wisconsin. I'm no better as far as the accent comes from. She's like, oh, yeah, we got the boat, and we're going to go eat some cheese curds. And lastly on this panel, we have Myron Ebel, who is the Director of Energy and Environmental Policy at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. Maybe you've heard of this guy before. Maybe he had something to do with, you know, this whole transition. I don't really quite get it. Just kidding. He's kind of a big deal. So this is going to be a really good good panel. So put your hands together for these three policy experts. Without further ado, take it away, Steve.
Well, thank you, Isaac, and thank you, Heartland, again for asking me to be on this panel. So I'm actually going to talk about draining the climate science swamp, not the policy swamp. You know, I published Junk Science for a long time now. I take kind of a fundamentalist view of science. I don't know that everybody here will necessarily agree with me, but that's okay. All right, so I think the mission has already been accomplished because there is no science in climate science. I get particularly upset when I hear the term climate scientist. What is that? Okay, climate science. See, this is how on the left is how we normally do science, right? We It's called the scientific method. We have a hypothesis. We figure out a way to test our hypothesis. We evaluate the hypothesis, which is usually not exactly what we predicted. And we go back to the beginning. That's how science is done. Okay? On the right is the climate science method. Okay? We start with, we've already made up our minds. How do we make the data fit what we've already decided? We announce the world is ending, and then we smear our critics. Now, is this not how it works? Okay? I mean, the climate science method is Michael Mann writ large, right? And everybody that works with him. Okay. Here we have Gavin Schmidt. I mean, this is what he considers to be science, just making predictions. Okay, I'll read that for you if you can't. What's the use of having developed a science well enough to make predictions if in the end all we're willing to do is stand around and wait for them to come true? Well, that's not how science works. We make the predictions, and then we verify them, and then we go back to the beginning, and it's a continual process. You know, science is not a one-study, quick and dirty endeavor, but not if you're a government scientist. So there's no science going on in NOAA or NASA or EPA. There's no such thing as climate science, because this is what it is to them, right? All they do is make predictions that go out to the year 2100, and we're supposed to, you know, change our lifestyle, reduce our standard of living, completely change our political system for this. It's crazy. Now, this has been very expensive. Here we have President Obama talking about how sea level rise is going to cost us $200 billion by the year 2100. I guess that's the biggest number he could come up with for that. But I don't expect you to, I don't know if you can read this graph. So this is how much money we were spending on climate since between 1998 and the stimulus. You know, we were bumping along at $5 to $7 billion, and all of a sudden stimulus comes along and climate spending goes up to $40 billion. And then, you know, during the second term of Obama, if you read the bottom line there, we're spending, you know, on average, $21 billion per year on climate science. Well, if you add all this up, it comes to about $200 billion. So he's worried about losing $200 billion because of sea level rise by 20. We've already wasted that, and we haven't even done anything. And then, as many of you know, I worked in the coal industry for a number of years, and my boss was Bob Murray, who's the CEO of the largest privately held coal company in America. And he told Neil Cavuto last year that, you know, the Obama war on coal destroyed 94% of the market value of U.S. coal companies. They went from, $69 billion down to less than $5 billion. And that is the Obama war on coal. A lot of people think, oh, it's because natural gas came on and fracking and you know, glut of natural gas. That's false. Okay? It was the war on coal. Obama made the glut on natural gas worse because he would not allow it to be exported. They slow-walked all the export terminals. Even so, natural gas only became cost competitive with coal. I think coal is still a little cheaper. But you had the Obama war on coal regulations sitting on top of every utility in this country. So if they had an opportunity to switch out of coal into natural gas, they did. Okay? And this is the result. So it's more than just, you know, the money we've wasted in federal budgetary outlays. It's also the real costs, and the coal industry has borne the brunt of that so far. So what have we learned from, you know, the $200 billion we spent on climate so far? Well, we've learned nothing. Does anybody, I mean, can anyone list an accomplishment of the climate science community? No. They've severely damaged the practice and reputation of science. I mean, no one knows what science is anymore. Okay? Everyone calls them climate scientists. They're not scientists. It's not science. Even I slip into it because what else do you call them? The environment is not cleaner. Okay? We're burning slightly less coal. The environment is not cleaner. The public is not healthier. We have accomplished nothing. We've had just job losses. You know, coal mining communities, there's nothing else to do in those. If they can't mine coal, there's nothing else for them to do. Okay? They can't even move out of there. Who are you going to sell your house to? Because your neighbor, he's lost his job too. No one can buy your house. Okay? The destruction of wealth, just wasted money. It's been a total loss. So how are we going to fix this? Okay? Well, as I said, I'm a fundamentalist. Now, not everyone's going to agree with me on this, but that's okay. I'm open-minded. I think government needs to get out of science. I think government has perverted science. And I appreciate that. Okay, so so we have this history of junk science, which for those of you who don't know, junk science is bad science used to advance an agenda. We've had failure. You know, a lot of people like to say, well, you know, they confuse science with the accomplishment of the moonshot or the Manhattan Project. You know, we just need a Manhattan Project to fix the climate. Well, you know, the Manhattan Project and the moonshot were both, you know, very well-defined engineering projects, development of technology. You know, we had a problem and we solved it. That's engineering. That is not science. Okay, so don't let anyone confuse you that because we were able to blow up, you know, 2 Japanese cities that, you know, we can somehow create, you know, unicorn farts and turn it into energy. This is not possible. Okay. Government has politicized science, right? It's totally politicized science. And it's expensive and it's produced no benefits, okay? And here, this is a recent article in USA Today. And this is a swipe at Trump because Trump is trying to cut the federal budget. We're scaring off future Einsteins. Okay, well, let's just stop and think about this for a second. Einstein did his best work when he was a Swiss patent clerk. He did it on his own dime. He came out of his own mind. There was no government grant involved. There were no politics involved. It was just pure science. Okay, so here's some of my ideas. You know, if science is going to survive in the government, it probably will to some extent. You know, the government's got to stop funding science projects where you can't confirm the hypothesis. You know, if you're going to say, well, the temperature is going to be 4 degrees Celsius warmer in 2100, well, that's not really confirmable because no one's going to be alive to see that. It's not meaningful. It's just a waste of time. Paleo studies, you recognize the hockey stick. I mean, this stuff is ridiculous. Okay, it's not science. You can't confirm it. You can't go back and verify, you know, your claims are true. There's just no way. Why is the government it has no value. Why is the government spending money on this? The last part there is if a model is not testable in a reasonable time frame, why are we spending money on this? Data. You know, I work with statisticians all the time. And the problem with statisticians is all they care about is having a mass of something they call data. But you have to be more discerning about it. How good is this really data? Does it really mean anything? Now, one of the problems, and Lamar Smith talked about this yesterday, although not enough, with his honest bill, this is a problem of secret data. Now, this has been mostly a problem at EPA. You know, EPA, in my talk yesterday, I talked about how EPA has used particulate matter to destroy the coal industry in the war on coal. It's actually how Obama has justified his global warming rules. It's not based on CO2, it's based on PM 2.5. All done with secret data. Data that no one has seen for more than 20 years. Data that, and Representative Smith underplayed this yesterday, he subpoenaed EPA for this data, and the EPA told him to go take a hike. And he's not the first chairman that EPA has said that to. And of course, this is also a problem in the hockey stick. It gave rise to ClimateGate, the secrecy of the models and the data. We have manipulated data. All the surface temperature data is manipulated because, as Anthony Watts has shown, you know, a lot of the temperature stations are in areas where they're artificially warmed by the heat island effect. You know, airports, rooftops, asphalt surfaces. And so, you know, somehow we're manipulating the data and we think we're you know, creating science. We have manufactured data. This chart here, I don't know if you can see it. This is from Tony Heller, who runs the Real Climate Science blog. And, you know, so we're claiming record temperatures for areas in the gray there where there's no thermometer. We're just making it up. Okay, it's totally manufactured data. We have incomplete data that we rely on. I mean, I think all the temperature data is incomplete. I mean, the notion that, you know, if someone sticks a thermometer and you take your body temperature, you know, at least your body is a small, well-defined entity that you can have a meaningful result from. But average global temperature, what does that mean? Where is that? Who lives there? Nobody. And then we have the last point, precision to 1/100th of a degree centigrade. Okay? Well, if you go on Anthony Watt's site, he's got some great charts there about there's only 8% of NOAA weather stations are accurate to within 1/10 of a degree centigrade. Okay. One degree, that's what it was, 1 degree. Okay, so, but we have accuracy to 0.01. I mean, that's just basic. Everyone knows, everyone who took a statistics or mathematics, they know that's not significant. You can't do that, but NOAA does. Peer review. Okay, I hate peer review. Okay, because there's no such thing. Okay, it's power review, right? You get your friends and in the climate science community, that's what ClimateGate was all about, how they arranged power review. A lot of times it's just rubber stamping. You know, these peer review jobs, they can be honorary, right? I'm associated with this journal, and so they send you the manuscript, you read through it, boom, done. It's ideological proofreading. That happens, of course, that was ClimateGate also. I think, you know, we don't need peer review anymore. We have the internet. You can just put a study up there, let people comment who are interested and experts, okay? Let people have at it. We need to revamp cost-benefit analysis. This is more of a policy thing rather than science, but there is a science angle, and it's the benefits. First off, cost-benefit analysis must be mandatory for everything we do. The benefits must be real, okay? And, you know, my particularly bugaboo is EPA and particulate matter, and its claim that 1 out of 4 American deaths is due to outdoor air, okay? This is completely made up, imaginary. There are no, but these benefits, since EPA values every life lost at $9 million, if you're saying that 1 out of 4 deaths is caused by air pollution, and every life is worth $9 million, even if you're 99 years old and you have 2 days to live, and EPA says you died because of air pollution, your life is worth $9 million. It's crazy. But this is how EPA calculates benefits. And of course, there's no industry. You could, you know, for EPA's war on coal, coal's contribution to the GDP is not 20% of what EPA says the value of its PM rules are. So you might as well just get rid of the coal industry according to EPA rationale, and and we'd be making money. Okay, we'd have a positive effect on the GDP. I guess the last thing, you know, and costs. Okay, you know, when government does cost-benefit analysis, they tend to think of costs only in terms of compliance. How much will it cost to satisfy this regulation? Well, of course, that's wrong, okay? Because there are opportunity costs. You know, the way the Clean Air Act operates, we set these ambient air standards for states, and if the states don't meet them, then they get penalized. Well, so to avoid being penalized, what do? They turn down economic opportunities. No, you can't build that factory, okay? These are real economic costs, job losses, lost wealth, okay? My last point here is social cost of carbon. Now, I've heard people talk in this conference about social cost of carbon and what the right discount rate should be. There is no social cost of carbon, right? There is no social cost of carbon. Without fossil fuels, our society stops. There's nothing that you can't build a windmill without CO2. You can't build a solar panel without. You can't do anything. I mean, only the Aboriginals live without carbon. And even they have fires, right? So there's no such thing. Nothing happens. There's no such thing. I don't want to hear about this discount rate anymore. It's ridiculous. This should not exist anywhere. Okay? Now, some of this stuff is going to get through. There's no question about that. It always does. How do we stop it? Well, you know, when we have major regulations, you know, there's a whole body of libertarian thought that, you know, Congress has unconstitutionally delegated its authority to agencies like EPA, who now make laws for us. Even though they're regulators, they're not lawmakers. So, and this is not a new thought, we ought to have Congress approve all major regulations. Well, right now we have this Congressional Review Act, which, you know, Congress has to jump through hoops if it wants to overturn a recent regulation, but that's not good enough. Any regulation where there's a significant social or economic cost, Congress must affirmatively approve it. We need to put politicians, make them, stand up for what they believe. We need to improve judicial review of science. We need to make it possible. Supreme Court nominee Gorsuch, he's big on this case, NRDC versus Chevron, Supreme Court case 1984, basically gave agencies like EPA carte blanche to do whatever they want. EPA can use the worst science in the world as long as they put it on the record and it seems plausible, it's going to pass judicial muster. That's got to stop. We need to make it possible to go in and litigate every bit of science. And I don't care how long it takes. The reason they amended the Clean Air Act in 1990 was because industry was successfully challenging EPA junk science in court. So what they did by passing the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990 was remove science from the Clean Air Act. Okay? And that has been nothing but negative. In civil courts, in federal courts, they have these things called Daubert panels, where a judge, if there's a technical issue, a judge can impanel scientists and listen to their advice. So there is a way to do this. Okay, so let's get into some specific ideas. Myron will talk about this more, I think. EPA, we need to get rid of the Clean Power Plan. We need to repeal all the Obama-Warren coal rules, even though a lot of damage has already been done. We need to eliminate the endangerment finding. Okay, that is the most important thing anybody in this room can tell the Trump administration right now. The endangerment finding must go. Okay, Congress must get in the act too. I know these guys, they're all cowards. They don't want to get involved. They have got to pass. They've got to make clear that EPA does not have authority under the Clean Air Act to regulate carbon dioxide. They need to overrule the terrible decision in Massachusetts versus EPA, which was made in 2007 at the height of global warming hysteria. The world has changed. We have a lot more data. And we're going to talk about some other issues later, but we have a lot more data. That decision was just made in haste. Okay, so these are just some of the agencies that have climate funding. All the climate funding should be cut. I think the Trump administration has tried to do that, but of course, the swamp is fighting back. The Trump administration tried to cut the climate funding from NASA and its Earth Sciences budget, and I think maybe some of it was cut, but it largely came back because the swamp fights back, and you've got to be vigilant. U.S. Global Change Research Project. This is sort of almost the U.S. equivalent of the IPCC in some ways. Started by George Bush in 1989, like all bad environmental ideas that come from Republicans. Mandated by law in 1990. You got those 13 federal agencies. They periodically issue dramatic climate reports. There's one pending, and the Obama administration was worried that that President Trump would just get rid of the whole program, so they accelerated the draft, which is supposed to come out in 2018. So that's another thing the Trump administration has to deal with. They spend $2.8 billion a year. It's a total waste. Okay, I mean, there's no research going. The research is they do like book reports, right? It's kind of like the IPCC. It's just a book report. There's no science. To call it science is ridiculous. Of course, we have to get out of the UN, right? Get out of the UN, Clean Climate Fund. We need to leave the IPCC, and we need to get out of the UN framework on climate change, the 1992 treaty. Now, the Trump administration is considering getting out of Paris, but I think other people have said during the conference, if we get out of UNFCCC, we get out faster, it's complete, and we don't have to pay any money to the UN. What else we got here? Oh, yeah. This will warm Chris Horner's heart wherever he is. Forensics on where all the money has gone. We spent $200 billion. We have nothing to show for it. Nothing. It's just been a waste. Now, Chris has, I've done some of this too, this email, looking at the emails. We need to get all the emails, if they still exist. For example, at EPA, after the election, EPA started redoing its website. Well, you can bet a lot of stuff has been lost, a lot of data. ClimateGate, I think, is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, and I know Tony Heller's not here, but I know he's probably watching online someplace. Tony Heller ought to be hired at NOAA to do a data audit of all their temperature data, right? All right, so we need to establish rules for doing science, because apparently, government science apparently don't know what science is anymore. We need to take away the money, get rid of the authority. We need to stop playing along with these people and do the autopsy. And just in closing, I think that, I'm very pleased with the OMB director, Mulvaney. He says that spending money on climate, we consider that to be a waste of your money, and no truer words have been spoken. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It's getting late in the morning here, but I want to start first. I am a former legislator. I know we have a problem with politicians here. I just want to be up front here. I am recovering. I am a policy wonk at that, and I do want to state up front, I am not a scientist. I don't even play one on TV. Nothing to do with them. So what we need to do is, as we've been talking about these last day and a half, is the need to reset, I say restore, the environmental and energy policies under a Trump administration. And by doing so, a few things to do. Return to the original intent of our founding fathers for governing. Stop the overreach of the federal government. Return to federalism and state responsibility. Congress should start doing their job. That'd be really a good thing. Was mentioned the Congressional Review Act. That has to actually evolve into the full reviews and start following the rule of law. Regulation and rule is law. If they're going to have something equal to law, it must be reviewed only by the lawmakers. So that's where we need to start. So we've been hearing a lot in the last day and a half, really kind of from this 10,000 foot level discussion. I'm going to take you down to the ground level, really kind of the underground level, because we're going to talk about the regulations of the oil and gas industry and what's been happening over the years here. The original intent of our founding fathers, and it is time that we return to these founding principles that were established. I mean, we now have big cracks in the mortar of this foundation. And it is time to fill in those, fill in the cracks and fix the mortar there. And so with that, I'm going to jump a little bit here. I got some things out of place, but these are some of them that we need to look at. And when you look at this list here, I want you to take a serious look and tell me which ones of those are constitutional. Are really any of them in the enumerated powers? Okay, so keep that in mind as we go, and let's begin to put the unconstitutional things to rest, and so that we can be not pulling our hair out every time we try to do anything in our country. And I'm going to back up to this one because I want to go into the state's responsibilities. And here's just a list of 3 little things that if we would allow the states to do, we could solve a lot of the problems from what the federal government has been trying to regulate. Every state has its own needs and its own issues. It's not a one-size-fits-all government program piece. Each one solves its own problems in a different way because the problems come about differently. These are 3 good starting places for regulation. We have had an overreach of all the agencies we just looked at. We've had overreach in all of them in unconstitutional authorities, and they are trying, and Congress must stop this from happening. That's their job to do this. As an Attorney General, the Administrator Pruitt knows all too well. This is perfect for him because he knows how much the states have been spending over the last several years in lawsuits over these regulations and rules. And it's cost the states millions of dollars, while Congress sat and did little to nothing. So at that, let's dig in. Let's take a look and see what some of the things that can be done to make it right in the overreach of the past administrations and what these problems are really causing. So let's step into this mess. I love my grandson, sorry. He gets to be, I have to bring him with. And so we'll start with parts of the Department of Interior and with BIA. And I'm just doing a real cursory. There are many, many more, but I'm going to just give you a glance at what oil and gas was facing. As was mentioned, I'm from North Dakota, and so we deal a lot of energy there, and oil and gas is a big deal to us. And so with this, we need to start streamlining the process. That's what they thought they were doing when they started this regulation that we're dealing with here. And what they did was made it complicated, lengthy, and they actually stopped the ability for any transfer or repurchase of pipelines going through the Indian lands. Okay, and so with that, now we have monopolies, and we have actually created a limit on gas capture and movement. And with that, what's their big thing? Well, you got to stop the burning of the methane. Well, you've just made it impossible to do that because you won't let us transfer the gases. And so it's just really been one way over. This is just one of their ways to shut it down. They knew what they were doing. Make no mistake, they don't do this on purpose. They do it on purpose. Another area of the Department of Interior, and whether it can come from Secretary Zinke, or if it has to come out of just BLM, or if we're going to have to go right to Trump to have all this done. I'm not getting into the particulars on a lot of these, but with these we had onshore rules that were in place. Rule number 3, number 4, number 5. These are ones they went after in the last few years here. And so what they did was they made it difficult for multi-pad, multi-level, multi-directional drilling to take place, trying to the states were building in these pad areas, and I have a picture of that I'll show you later. Well, they're trying to make it so you have to leapfrog around and make it bad for the environment versus the nice pad work that was being done and developed. And so that's what they did here, and by doing this, they're trying to stop fracking from ever being able to take place, because they interfere on saying that this little portion is federal, so now all of it's federal in the padding. And so we go into the next area, and there's 2 more that are like this. And with that, the ways these rules failed to incorporate, what they ended up doing is you have the API and AGA that know their industry and know how things work, and yet you have an organization, this BLM comes in and says, well, that's all fine and good, but we're going to tell you to do it this way. And they don't use the regulations and the ways it's been set up and researched and done by industry to make sure it goes right. And so what they end up doing is they put in some standards, and what they did was they ended up putting them in the CFR, but they're standards that were almost outdated by the time they were printed, because they don't allow for technology, they don't allow for any advancements to take place, modifications, improvements, nothing, because it's been codified. And so what they need to do is get these things repealed and then put in properly. Again, all of these things, they were all rushed in so far. These BLM ones, they were all rushed in by them to stop fracking. So they were so poorly written that when it comes to the Rule 43 here, the second one listed, we finally had Congress. They came in, because this one happened in the midnight hour of Obama leaving. They threw this rule out there, and so they were able to capture it on the CRA. And in doing so, we've got it part way. Now, we need to wake up the senators. It's bad enough when we have to sit and listen to what's been happening the last 3 days dealing with Obamacare in Congress, but our senators are no better, so make no mistake there. And they need to figure out who's going to make the final vote here and get this passed and get it done. And as they sit and fight over that, the rest of industry and our states suffer for it. On to a little bit more on the BLM. They have put, again, in the Code of Federal Regulations, some things that don't work. The first rule here is being held up in the court. It was held up for two years. And the new administration, actually, the DOJ did pull this already. They didn't even wait till this past Wednesday. They pulled it, and they stopped all the hearing delays, and they stopped it. And now the BLM is actually has it on hold, and hopefully they're not even going to bother trying to rewrite. They're just going to be done. It'll be done away with. Another one that I find frustrating is BLM coming in and using the EIS to stop all the fracking and inability by saying that these sage grouse, and I grew up in a family of hunters. Trust me, I understand all of the upland game. Don't get me wrong. I love having the ability to hunt and stuff, but this is an overreach that absolutely does not belong. They ended up in this shutting down pipelines all throughout Colorado and every place else. It's onerous and does not belong. This ruling just does not make any sense at all. So let's move on to everybody's favorite one to pick on, and EPA. And with EPA, what's really interesting is these are all, when you look at the EPA ones, these are all rules that were looking for a problem. Most of them came about because of a sue and settle situation. So this first one here was a perfect example of sue and settle. And with that, I'm personally, I'm just going to get, personally, I think somebody at the EPA, and I have no proof, I'm just saying, leaked a little bit of information to a group of environmentalists. And said, you know what, so this hasn't been reviewed for a few years, so, if somebody would just bring it up, we could sue, we could maybe get you to settle where we want. And sure enough, they do. The judge denies a stay, and within a week they have the new rules written. Have anybody else seen how a rule could get written in Congress in less than a week? Okay, maybe there was a little bit going there. Fortunately, we were able to get it sued up through enough of the courts to have it frozen in time at this point. We're going to need, excuse me, sorry, the DOJ is going to have, the administration's going to have to start stepping in on this and get it going. And so with that, on the next one, we have a very important, and this is very important, that it has to be stopped, because with this particular one, what they have done is they're trying to say that all wastewaters from fracking, all materials used in fracking are now all considered hazardous waste. Basically going to destroy the industry. And the next one, President Trump took care of right away, and that's a real good deal. On the next, these were on venting and flaring rules, and again, overreach that makes no sense. The states have primacy on this. They already had everything in place. The next one made no sense again, trying to overstep and double up on regulations and reporting, and frac focus was already in place, being implemented, is in full force, and they're just trying to get at trade secrets. That's all that last one is all about. We all can all cheer, WOTUS is over, WOTUS is over, WOTUS is over. So we'll move on from there. And we've got, go ahead and applaud. I'm glad to have WOTUS done. That was a big burden, not only to energy industry, the coal industries, the farming industries, real estate. It was a disaster. This one here is a really interesting one, and it's a political move by the North Dakota, Freudian there, New York Attorney General. Impossible to achieve 9.0 PSA. Just some little facts. National standard is 14.7. Industry works at a 13.7 because of a 1% margin of error that can take place. They've set that. But I want you to know that when you get in your vehicle and you're driving unleaded gas, that's 13.5. How are you doing there, New York? It says all modes of transportation. So are they going to arrest every driver? I'm just curious how they want to implement that one. Another one of my favorites and my big pet peeve, one of my one of those that just really needs to go away. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, or disservice, I guess, is what I call them. They overstepped. This is all about birds, butterflies, and fish. This is just North Dakota, what they came up with in the last couple of years. And it goes all the way through. You can go state by state. Everybody will list them all out, what they've done. What they've done here, and it has no back. They don't have to have a reason. That's the part. ESA doesn't have to have a reason. They don't take input. They just list this stuff out and shut things down. It's very frustrating, especially when they talked about monarch butterflies. I had so many in my backyard, and I loved having them back there. And now, it's just like, well, am I allowed to clip my flowers because I've got a monarch butterfly back here that wants to sit on it? It's frustrating, and they're dangerous. These two organizations are dangerous, and it needs to set up on, the states know what the safety standards are. They know how to reclaim the lands. They know what they need to do. So again, I could go on for days with that. But on this one here, it's a really interesting ruling that they made, but it has to do with easements on the lands. And when they do this, it becomes very complicated because they want to say that if there's this much federal land involved, we get to regulate everything, even the private lands. And that's just frustrating there. So we've been talking about what these environmentalists have done through regulation. Well, here's what the environmentalists did in North Dakota in the last few months. They have done nothing but try to destroy the land. Look at the big fires. They wouldn't leave until they burned all of their stuff down. We all know from what we're hearing from our investigations from there, they were burning the evidence of things that are yet to be talked about. But I will tell you that there are questions on human trafficking and various other abuses that were taking place in these camps. These were not, as you see, yes, we did have teepees. We did have some Native Americans there. That's not who was causing these problems. I will tell you that too. We had about 10,000 environmentalists that showed up and camped there. This is how they left it, environmentally safe. They actually left the land and waters so endangered that we have spent, is it 30 million now in cleanup? Just from what one of their camps have left behind, and we still don't know if it's not going to damage the river and the water that they claimed that they were there as water protectors for. Yes, we do have bad players in the industry. They do cause spills. This was actually a purpose dumping. They were caught. They were made to clean up the mess. They paid for that mess, and now the land is running back to its normal state. Here's what the plots, the well pads look like from an aerial view, and how we stack the rigs. This is all to keep our environment and less involvement to the land. So when it's all done, it's reclaimed. And this is a piece of our beautiful North Medora area in North Dakota, of a post-drilling area. This land was bonded before it was started. It was held in till it was in a predetermined state and reclaimed to that and returned back to the owners. So again, what is this? It's all about the original intent and what the Founding Fathers want. Let's get back to starting to honor the 10th Amendment and how things are done. We have the federal agencies and everybody else that want to rein in on the territories and the parades of everybody else and what needs to be done. But who knows how to take care of the land better than the owners themselves and the people that live there, not somebody out in Washington, D.C. So in closing, what I say to you today is, are you looking at a sunrise or a sunset? For one, I'm hoping and praying that I'm looking at the sun rising in our country again. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Isaac and the Heartland Institute and Joe Bast for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you. seeing many people I've worked with and have known for many years, meeting new people, seeing people from Europe, from England, Germany, France. It's great to be here, and I really value the chance I've had to work with many of you and get to know you and make friends with you. Someone told me right after the election, a reporter said, well, you really got lucky with Trump, didn't you? And, you know, in fact, it's the people in this room and people like you around the country and at our allied groups, Heartland, CFAC, IER, Junk Science, we could go down the list, who have made this possible by working for decades, many of you without pay. See, I get paid for what I do, not a lot, but I do, and thanks for those coupons, Joe. You know, it's the people who've worked persistently against global warming alarmism that made this election result possible. And it was, if you recall, there have only been 2 elections, well, 2.5, that have turned on climate issues. In 2000, Al Gore lost the election because he lost West Virginia, and that was due entirely because someone named Buck Harless put in the mailbox of every voter in West Virginia a study that he had commissioned from university professors showing the impact on the coal industry and West Virginia's economy of Al Gore's policies. West Virginia was originally a Republican state, but it became a very Democratic state during the Depression. And it was a reliable Democratic state up until Al Gore. Now it's once again a reliable Republican state. So that was the first election. The second was 2010 after cap and trade. The Waxman and Markey bill narrowly passed the House, and as a result, 20-some Democrats lost their seats and the House went Republican. So this is the third election that climate, because Al Gore never brought it up in 2000. John Kerry never brought it up. It was never an election issue in the presidential election until this year, when both candidates had very clear policies. And moreover, it wasn't just Donald Trump. The other Republican candidates, maybe not quite as forcefully or as clearly, were against the Obama climate agenda. For example, in September of 2015, Marco Rubio said that whatever came out of the Paris Climate Conference, he would submit it to the Senate. And after the Paris Climate Conference, Ted Cruz said, if I'm elected, it's dead. I like Marco Rubio's approach better, but you can see that there was a lot of support in the Republican Party for opposing the Obama climate agenda. So I don't think we got lucky. I think a lot of people did a lot of work, many of you very selflessly for a long time, and now we have a chance to undo some of the damage that has been done. Donald Trump did not have a huge policy apparatus in his campaign, as I think you're aware, but he did give a number of policy speeches. He said, the federal government cannot go on the way it is. It requires fundamental transformation. And that sort of turned into, during the general election, the drain the swamp. The swamp must be drained. He made a number of promises on energy, climate, and environment. If you add them all up, it's about 42 or 43. And when I was asked to lead the transition team on the EPA in early September of last year, I was told the purpose of the transition is to take these commitments and figure out how to translate them into policy and then how to implement them. And I want to say, just as an aside, I was allowed to pick my own team, and I picked some great people, including Steve Malloy. And there's some others in the room. I think Harlan Watson is here. David Kreutzer, I know, was here yesterday. David Stevenson is back there somewhere. and my colleague at CEI, Chris Horner, I'm not sure if he's left, but he's been around. Is there anybody I'm missing who's been attending who was on the transition team? Okay. Well, anyway, I think we did great work. Well, you just have to trust me on that. I mean, you don't really know. What we did was confidential, and we produced an advisory document that has no official status. It's an official document. It has the title page says Donald J. Trump Transition Team. But it's confidential, so I can't tell you what's in it. But I can tell you that, Trump made promises. The purpose of the transition was to implement the promise, figure out how to implement them. So here's what they are. Withdraw from Paris, defund the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, reopen the endangerment finding, withdraw the climate rules, the power plant rules, the methane rules. And on the energy front, there's a whole lot of specific promises about, and these weren't part of my team, these were interior, freeing up energy production on federal lands and offshore areas. You add all these up, and this changes the entire direction of the country. So we did get lucky, I hope. Now, these commitments, I want to say, where are we? When President Trump gave his speech to Congress a few weeks ago, he started out by saying, here are the commitments that I've already fulfilled. And he went down the list. And it's pretty impressive how quickly he has moved to implement some of these commitments, although despite some of the chaos that has surrounded the White House. But we do have a problem. Swamp creatures are still there. They are trying to infiltrate the administration, and some of them are succeeding. The climate industrial complex has a huge amount of money at stake, and therefore they are willing to spend a huge amount of money to keep their mandates and subsidies and handouts. So this is not going to be easy. You could say, well, President Trump can just sign these things, but there is a lot of opposition, and a lot of it is very powerful opposition. The other problem, I think, that's already become clear in the Trump administration is the personnel problem. He got his cabinet picks done in good time, and now there just haven't been these second and third tier appointments. What's holding them up? Well, I'm not sure, but it's been reported that he's got 20 people in his presidential personnel office, and previous administrations at this point had 80 to 110 people working on presidential appointments. Now, you see, this goes back to the campaign, because they were sure that they won the campaign with 80 people in Trump Tower, and Hillary had 900 people in Brooklyn, and so it shows you don't need all these people. But in fact, to vet people and get them appointed, it takes a lot of time. So I think that's one problem. I think Steve had the slide on Mick Mulvaney saying we need 31% less funding for EPA next year, and 12% for interior less, and 6% for energy. I don't know how did energy get away with that? Anyway, so 31%, that's a huge number. It will require getting rid of, eliminating 3,200 positions out of 14,700. Well, I know some people who are going to oppose that. If there are any in this room, stand up, and you can. No. Look, Congress likes to spend money, and the people on the Appropriations Committee really like to spend money, because that's where their power and influence comes from. And the EPA employees are tied in tight with the appropriators. And so to downsize the agency, and remember, President Trump said during the campaign more than once that he hoped to abolish the agency. He'd like to abolish it. Well, 31% is a good start, isn't it? First year. But it's going to be a huge fight in Congress to get programs eliminated. Mick Mulvaney has listed about 50 programs at EPA that he would like to eliminate. And we may not agree with all of those. I mean, some of those we can debate the details. But I think what we shouldn't debate is that we need a huge cut at the EPA. The reason EPA is on a regulatory rampage is because they have a lot of regulators. Let's reduce the number of regulators. So I think my first action item for you all is tell your members of Congress, tell your senators you want to cut the EPA budget, you like Mick Mulvaney's 31% cut, and try to do it. And publish things and write things and show, let's get on the moving here and support this agenda. Don't just assume it's going to happen because you know the White House has made a budget request. The second action item I have for you involves the Paris Agreement, the Paris Climate Treaty, and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The promise that President Trump made was to withdraw from Paris and defund the UN Framework to defund UN climate programs, and that includes the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So there is, as you know, I think you've all read, that there is a huge amount of controversy within the administration. Secretary Rex Tillerson thinks it's really nice to be able to go to international meetings and pal around with his fellow foreign ministers. And it's nice for all those State Department people to fly around the world several times a year to these subsidiary body meetings of the UN Framework Convention. Well, I mean, Rex Tillerson may be from Texas, and he may have been CEO of Exxon, but he's part of the swamp. And I'm sorry to say that we've heard that the president's daughter and son-in-law also support staying in Paris. And I don't know that they really want to be identified as swamp creatures, and I'm not going to do so. But I do think that at some point it needs to be pointed out to President Trump and his administration that the people who elected Donald J. Trump are not wealthy Manhattanites, including his children. So you need to get on the ball here. You need to let people know. You need to be publishing. We must get out of the Paris Agreement because these things are all connected. If we don't get out of Paris, and I think we need to get, as Steve said, we need to get out of the UN Framework Convention. That's the easiest way out, and it does the most good because then we don't need to fund it anymore. If we don't get out of Paris, the environmental groups are going to go to court and say, you can't withdraw the power plant rules, you can't withdraw the methane rules, you can't withdraw the heavy truck rules, because these are part of an international commitment that we have accepted. So if the President and the Congress don't give any evidence that they don't accept this commitment, then we're going to get stuck with them. And moreover, if we don't withdraw from Paris, if President Trump does not take back President Obama's invalid acceptance of the treaty and then send it to the Senate for ratification, this sets a huge and terrible precedent for future multilateral environmental agreements. Because John Kerry said, when he was Secretary of State a couple of years ago, said we'll never have another Senate treaty. We'll never have another environmental treaty. They'll all be these magical executive agreements. Every other country in the world thinks Paris is a treaty, except the United States. So, let me conclude with one further action item, and that is the endangerment finding. You heard Pat Michaels yesterday give an incredible summary of how we get out of it and why. And Steve said we have to do it. I agree. President Trump committed during the campaign to reopen the endangerment finding. I think it is absolutely critical to the future policy that we redo and reopen and undo the endangerment finding. Because if we don't, it's going to be very hard to just say we're done with all of these climate rules. Because the environmental pressure groups are going to go to court and they're going to say, no, you can't really take back that rule because it's an essential part. Once you have ruled that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases endanger public health and safety, You can't take these things back. We have to do everything possible. So you need to contact your members of Congress, and you need to make noise, and particularly the scientists here, that the endangerment finding needs to be reopened. President Trump said he would do it. I know the problem right now, I think, from news reports, is that there is pushback from a lot of lawyers. Scott Pruitt, the EPA administrator, is a lawyer, and it's my understanding that he's taking advice from other lawyers in the Federalist Society who are saying, oh, it's too much work and you don't really need to do it. Lawyers are not here to tell you you can't do things. Lawyers are here to tell you how to do the things you want to do legally. So we have too many lawyers in Washington. They're part of the swamp, and I think what we need to do is to say, President Trump made these commitments. They are very closely connected. They form a coherent body of thinking about turning this country around by turning its energy and climate policy around 180 degrees from what we've seen under the Obama administration. This is possible, but we can't settle for half measures here. We have to get the whole package if we're going to succeed. And finally, I'll just make one more point. President Trump can do a lot of this stuff through executive actions and regulatory actions. We need to get Congress involved to make some of these things permanent by legislation. And Lamar Smith talked about that yesterday, passing his 2 very important science reform bills. We need to get Congress to say, these changes are not going to be reversed by the next president through executive action, because we have passed a law that says you can't do it. So beyond, really tell your congressman what you think, and your senator. Tell them that this has to be done. This is part of turning the country around. This is what we've been fighting for decades, and I believe we now have an incredible chance to get it done. Thank you.
Let's keep it going. All right, so we have time for some questions and answers. So John Nodorf is going to be on the microphone. Do we have another person running the microphone? Okay.
Hi there, Kerry Brown with Spark of Freedom Foundation with James Taylor and Lee Mueller. Question for Mr. Malloy. Junk science. We had a good talk about alternative fuels next door. What do you think about the 10% ethanol mandate? Can we kind of make that a poster child? Isn't that one that most consumers say, hey, that's one that's making my gas expensive, and we know it's hurting poor people and crops, et cetera. I think it's a great poster child target. What do you think?
Well, yeah, look, I think we have, it's not 1970 anymore. The skies are a lot cleaner than they were. I don't think the ethanol mandate is achieving anything right now, except, it's there because of the politics of becoming president or whatever. And I know that it does make, the whole notion of these, we have these boutique fuels. Every part of the country has to have a special blend of fuel because of EPA. I think a lot of it is ridiculous. That said, it would be nice to get rid of that, but I don't think it's really a top priority right now. If the worst thing we do is subsidize farmers, okay. I'm not for that, but it's not the worst thing we do. We have Myron laid out an agenda. Right at this point, they're only going to do so many things on the environment. We've really got to kind of narrow our focus and get those things accomplished right now. But I agree with you. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have any of this. We don't need it. It's not cleaning the air. It's fouling our engines. It's a lose. But there are a lot of other things that are worse.
Could I comment on that? Look, the renewable fuel standard is collapsing because the schedule that Congress set out is unachievable. So we're close to the level for corn, which is 15 billion gallons, but the remaining 22 billion gallons is miracle fuel, and which only exists in people's imagination. So what needs to be done, and I think the House Energy and Commerce Committee has said this, we need to reform the program. Now, I want to reform the program, and I think we all do, by eliminating it, but that isn't what Congress is going to do. But they need to reform it to get rid of this schedule of every year we have refiners have to buy several billion more gallons of miracle fuel, which doesn't exist. So, I think there are chances to reform it. I think it has to be reformed because it's collapsing. The question is, how good will the reform be? Will we end up with something worse, which is the way Congress typically reforms things, or will we end up with something that's smaller and less costly to consumers? So, let's fight this. But this is not going to be an administration thing. This is going to be a Congress thing.
Right, and just to, Myron made this mention magical fuel. What we're talking about there is ethanol from, like George Bush made this switchgrass. We're not talking about corn ethanol. I mean, we need to get rid of that, but cellulosic ethanol is the miracle fuel, which we have spent, countless billions of dollars trying to develop. It's, the technology is just not ready for prime time, and we need to get off that schedule.
So I'm from Montreal in Canada. I'm Roy Epen. Mr. Trump has already sort of made Canada a little greater by passing Keystone Pipeline, so I thank him for that. My question is, many of the states and provinces in Canada have agreements with cap and trade and things like that. How can Mr. Trump do anything about those kind of things? Can he make them less profitable for those states? Well, they're not profitable to begin with, but...
Look, the whole purpose of the Obama administration was to turn the American economy, all of the heartland states, to turn them into California and New York. And if you think that, like, Southern Illinois is a great place to create a film industry, or Indiana's going to have Silicon Valley, or we can create a lot of more lawyers in Kansas and Tennessee. Well, okay, but the heartland states elected Trump, and they repudiated that vision. They don't want to become like California, which in fact is an economic basket case. It is totally insolvent. All the middle class people are fleeing. You've got a bunch of wealthy people. You've got a bunch of poor people, and in the Central Valley, you're approaching third world standards now. So the question is, can we stop California and Reggie up in the Northeast from having these cap and trade agreements? No, I don't think so. But the fact is that we believe in federalism. If California wants to sink into the Pacific Ocean, I love California. I love Californians. It's the greatest place in the world, but politically they've wrecked it. So if they want to sink into the ocean, that's their right. And if they want to do it in cooperation with British Columbia and Ontario, that's going to happen. I just think we're going to have two economies here in a few years. They're going to be very different, and we'll see who has a better model. And I think that's the great value of federalism, is we can see who's doing better and who's doing worse.
Hi, I'm Dave Burton with the sealevel.info website. And Steve, you mentioned a specific swamp drainage project, and in particular the National Climate Assessments. They're currently working on the fourth one. Right. And a few days ago, I attended the Southeast Regional Workshop as part of that program. And I can tell you that there's nobody like the folks in this room that were in that room except for me. And they have currently, as part of that process, they are soliciting expert reviewers. And they promised me that it would be not the farce that the IPCC's expert review process is. And so I'm planning to sign up or throw my name in the hat as an expert reviewer. And I guess my question really is not specifically for you, Steve, but for everybody in the room. Could I see a show of hands of those who would consider throwing their hats in the ring to be an expert reviewer on that National Climate Assessment, and see if we can get a little, we may not get it killed this time, but maybe we can get it fixed a little bit. Can I just see a show of hands?
Joe, are you sending me?
Hello, I'm Joanne Theon. My husband is John Theon, a retired NASA scientist. Thank you. And my question is for Mr. Malloy. I'm just wondering if you might revise your talk a little bit about NASA scientists. My husband served as a climate scientist with NASA from 1962 to 1995 and did some what I think is really pretty important research. He was involved in climate research to help us understand more about the climate, and this was really before climate change began. Well, before the topic really hit the fan, so to speak.
Right.
And he was involved in some groundbreaking research regarding rainfall and climate studies. And I believe it makes me very sad, and I'm sure I can speak for John as well, that the climate science has been hijacked by people like James Hansen and Gavin Schmidt.
Well, I think we should give your husband a round of applause for all his great work. And look, there are a lot of good people, especially in the past. We're not really talking about the past. We're talking about the present. And even today, there probably are a lot of good people in these agencies. But the weight of the agency is in the realm of junk science, and so good people are silenced. This happens every day. Myron and I know a lot of these people. If they speak up, they get cut out. They lose their jobs. They can't do work. They get swept up into this current of the politicization of science. And in a perfect world where science is not politicized, maybe the government could fund some of this stuff. But we've seen that it's just an area ripe for abuse. I mean, it was bad before Obama came in, and then Obama just put it on steroids. And it has seriously destroyed the lives of many people. Go into coal country, go into these coal communities. You'll see people. There's nothing else to do there. They can make a good living turning this black stuff in the ground that has no other value. We can turn it into energy and create a lot of wealth for a lot of people, including the areas of Appalachia. But the Obama administration perverted science and destroyed these people. There's nothing left to do. And so we've got to keep our focus on the big picture, which is science has been abused by the government. Maybe in the beginning it wasn't, but now it is. So we've got to fix that. But I honor people like your husband. I know many great government scientists of the past and present, but there's this larger elephant in the room that we've got to deal with.
Yes, keying off something you said, Myron, as far as getting active into the new world. My name is Steve Hines. One of the things I think that Steve and EE Legal Institute did was discredit the indirect health benefits by accessing over 100 and some pages of dialogue between the universities, the studies, and the EPA. So they got exactly the study they wanted. My question to you guys, how can we go forward unless we start discrediting a lot of the work that has been done over the last decade? And which comes back to what I was saying to you the other day, Steve, or yesterday, that it seems to me that having access to that information, the communication between the agencies and the White House over the last 8 years is the best way to get everybody's attention, politically speaking.
Well, look, it's very difficult to do if you read my book, which is free to everybody. So, so I'm not promoting it because you already got it free, right? So there's a story of how, Lamar Smith talked yesterday about secret science. So, I came up with a way around the secret science, and it was to create new data from California. And I had then real professional scientists do the analysis, and it showed that, of course, particulate matter is not associated with death. Then we tried to get it published. And we sent it to, the first journal we sent it to, we got the answer back in a week. And the answer was, EPA decided 20 years ago that particulate matter kills people. We're not interested in this. I mean, this is how science works in America today, okay? So science doesn't work, really. We've seen what happened with Willie Sue and Lord Monckton. These guys have a hard time getting published in the big journals. I mean, they just won't even take their papers. Fred Singer knows about this quite well. We need to blow up the entire scientific establishment because, and there I go using that word, it's not scientific anymore. It's just, it's political in nature. We're not learning anything. These people are not benefiting science or the public. They expect huge amounts of money. It affects the political process, and everybody in this room has got to get on this.
Could I add to that? You're right that the revelations from emails and documents released is a critical part of our effort to discredit what's been done. The misuse of science at EPA and at NOAA and so on. Now, my colleague, I think many of you know him, Chris Warner, who works also, he's at CEI, but he also works for E&E Legal. He filed the first FOIA request for CEI in 1999, and we have been doing that ever since. And in 2001, we were the first organization to file suit under the Information Quality Act against the first national assessment. So we have a lot of experience in this, and as you know, CEI and E&E Legal have found a lot of things out through the FOIAs. But typically, you know, we have a 100-year schedule of release of of Lisa Jackson's emails. The court thought it was reasonable to give EPA 100 years to release several hundred a month over 100 years. And so that's what we're up against. But I would say this, we now have an opportunity with new people in place to renew those requests and try to get this information out to the public in a way that can be a lot more useful than a lot of the emails that we've gotten over the years, which are, you know, here's the page and you get the subject line and who it's from, and then the rest is all blacked out. We have thousands of those. It's amazing how you know, effective their magic markers are. So I think now we have an opportunity, and people should be thinking about how to go back and get some of this information. And many of you have FOIA capability. You know how to do it, so you should be thinking about doing it. And with new people in place, they may actually fulfill the requests as they are required to under law. And finally, you ought to think about using the Information Quality Act, which was passed in 1999 and has been a dead letter during the Obama administration. But if you see junk science being promoted or disseminated by the federal government, you can file a petition, an information correction request. You can actually request them to fix it, but you have to point out why it's wrong. So this is a huge opportunity for people to reform the way the federal government disseminates and uses information.
All right, that's all the time we have for questions. It's noon, so we're going to be back in this room. Hold on, I'm going to make you guys clap again. Don't you worry. I just wanted to say this before everyone starts clapping and talking and getting up and leaving. So we are going to have the break from noon to 12:30. Then we're going to have our keynotes. We'll have Becky Norton-Dunlap and Will Happer, who will be giving the keynote for lunch. So take all of your stuff with you because they need to turn the room over. And it's just way easier if you guys don't have books and stuff on the tables there. Now let's give them a big round of applause and stand up because we're going to do it anyway. Oh, you're welcome.
Heartland Institute Research Fellow Isaac Orr.
All right, everybody. You guys have probably seen me around enough and are probably sick of hearing from me, so I'll keep my comments brief. But I just want to say thanks to Joe Bast for putting this all together. Get a round of applause. And let's face it, he signs my checks. So, so today we've just had a fantastic slate of speakers. Chris Monckton started us off very strong. So he kind of stole the show a little bit. And then we had a great panel on alternative energy costs and then obviously reforming the EPA. And my friend Nathan is a huge fan of Chris Monckton. Like, he was like texting me like, hey man, can you get his autograph for me? So I did take a selfie with him, and I'm going to send it to him just to make him jealous. So yeah, that'll be fun. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for making the trip here. I mean, you guys took time out of your busy lives in order to come and learn more about this, and I want to thank everybody who's been online watching too. So give yourselves a round of applause. And, you know, I think these conferences are really important because we all are in different parts of the country and we don't get to interact with each other as much as we might like to. So this is a really great opportunity for people that live on one coast to say, hey, I've read your paper, I think it's great. And I've had a few people come up to me and say like, oh, I've read your stuff. And I'm like, oh, wow. Most of the emails that I get are very nasty, and this is very pleasant. This is a pleasant experience. Thank you. I don't know. I think with the election of Donald Trump, raise your hand if you knew that he was going to get elected. You guys are far more omniscient than I am. I didn't think there was a chance. I was very surprised. I was supposed to record a podcast on hydraulic fracturing and the methane rules with Bud Weinstein. He's a professor of economics down in Texas, and he specializes in oil and gas. And I hadn't even prepared for the possibility that Trump would have gotten elected. I was so used to my job being waking up in the morning, looking at my computer, and seeing what else the Obama administration had done to make our lives more difficult. And I was giddy. I was happy as a schoolgirl when that happened. But we have a really good opportunity right now, but we can't squander it. You guys obviously were much smarter than me and knew that this was going to happen. But we need to keep the pedal to the metal and make sure that they're going through with their promises. I mean, we need to be rolling back regulations on coal. We've already done that. We need to kill the Clean Power Plan. We need to rescind the endangerment finding. Yes, West Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. Just a little housekeeping before I get into the real reason that I'm up here. We have the Competitive Enterprise Institute is going to have their Human Achievement Hour. So there's flyers around the room. So that's going to be March 25th at 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. So make sure that you guys get the flyers, get the information. And also our friends from around the world, really. COP23 is going to be in Cologne, Germany coming up. And our friends are going from France, Germany, Australia, Europe, and in Canada. Can't forget Canada. They're going to be holding their own counter-conference November 9th and 10th. So make sure you talk to raise your hand if you're involved with that conference. Make sure to talk to Wolfgang and all the other folks from around the world who are going to be helping put that together, because that's going to be a great learning opportunity as well. So we need to hold our elected officials accountable. We need to make sure that we're writing our congressmen and senators, like Myron said earlier. And in order to hold people accountable, I really can't think of somebody who's been better at doing that than the next speaker that I'm going to be introducing, who is Becky Norton Dunlop. So let's just give her a round of applause right now. So Becky joined the Heritage Foundation in 1998, and out of respect for everyone in the room, I'm not going to tell you how old I was in 1998. Face it, you guys thought I was like the hippie that infiltrated the conference. Like, who's this college kid? Let's get him out of here. But Becky has worked tirelessly to assure that the legacy of Ronald Reagan's principles of policies and practice have have kind of transformed and influenced our daily lives today, and I think we owe her a big debt of gratitude for that. And especially on the environmental front. She was the Undersecretary of the Department of the Interior during Ronald Reagan's term, and she was also the Assistant Secretary of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So I know that there was one more thing that I didn't get, so you can correct me on that. But let's give Becky a huge round of applause one more time. And Becky, come on up.
Well, thank you, you young and you. I am just honored and delighted to be up here. I'm here on behalf of the Heritage Foundation. Jim DeMint, our president, our entire staff, we've got a great staff person who presented to you. We love the Heartland Institute. Since I've been with Heritage since 1998, I think it's fair to tell you that I got to know Joe Bast fairly early in my time at Heritage, and I was always impressed with Joe and his staff, and I thought they did great work. I did a lot of work with state legislatures. But when he tackled this topic of global warming, the global warming crisis, I was really very thankful. And I didn't know how long it would last because, you know, the conservative movement and the libertarian movement is not really inclined to invest in this battle. It's very, very, very hard. And so, Joe, I just want to not only thank you, but I know you have wonderful staff here. Could I ask your staff to stand up? Would everyone who works for the Heartland Institute please stand? It is so important that we thank the people who work so hard to put these conferences together, not just to have a good conference where we can all come together, but to have the right people come together at the right time to energize each other. And Joe, you've done a fabulous job leading not only on this but so many other areas. And I also want to thank you, and through you, the donors. The donors to the Heartland Institute who've made this conference something we've been able to do for 12 years. This is so very important. I can't remember if it's Theodore Roosevelt or Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan. One of those great leaders said, you have to be in the arena. And the battle is always engaged. And Joe and his team and the people who've supported you have been on this battlefront of the global warming crisis, which is no longer, it's now what, extreme weather? Have we come to that? For 12 plus years. I mean, you were doing it before we did the conference, and now 12 years of the conference, and it is something that we want you to know, Joe. We honor you and thank you for doing that. So now, listen, the real reason, the real reason that I was permitted to come up here today, though, is because I'm presenting an award. And one of the wonderful things about this great conference is we get to award people who have done good and great things for the principles in which we believe and we fight for every day. Well, it's my honor today to present an award on behalf of the Heritage Foundation and, of course, Heartland, to someone who is not here. So Joe and I will be presenting this award together to this gentleman as soon as we can get time on his schedule. But he's a busy guy. And you know who he is, Senator John Barrasso. Now, not only is Senator John Barrasso busy because he's a United States Senator, from Wyoming, and the Senate is very busy these days on lots of things. But he has now stepped into the leadership shoes of Jim Inhofe. And those are mighty big shoes to fill. He did a marvelous job leading on the climate change issue, and we thought it was very important that we recognize him for his leadership. You know, we can do research, we can come up with the right research, we can make the right intellectual arguments, but when it happens in the United States of America, there's usually a law involved. And you know what that means? That means our work is just beginning when we get the right research and the right arguments put together. Because then we have to elect people like John Barrasso to go into the United States Senate and into the House of Representatives and work together with others to get enough votes to either pass bills, but not too many, or repeal bills, many, many, many. And so when we deliver this plaque to Senator Barrasso and thank him for the work that he has done this past year, we will also be reporting to him on the substance of this conference and remind him that not only does he have a lot of work to do in the coming year, but that he has a wealth of talent represented by the people in this room to help him accomplish the goal that we need to see him accomplish. So when we elect people like Senator Barrasso and President Donald J. Trump, our work is not ended. I don't want to say it's just beginning, because we work very hard to get change and good leaders in place. But it never stops when you get them elected to office. All elected officials want to be able to always be looking to see, are my troops behind me? Are my troops with me? Do I have the support of the people? And if we're not the squeakiest wheel, if we're not constantly there saying we're with you, we want you to go in this direction, if we don't bring along our friends and neighbors and allies and coalitions, I can guarantee you the other side will. And so we want to tell Senator Barrasso thank you when we present him with this great award. We want to tell him to keep up the good work, do more quickly. But we will be there to stand behind you when you're doing what's right. So let's all give a round of applause to Senator John Barrasso. And let's stand up so that when we give him a copy of this video, he will see that this great conference is behind him, supporting him, and will be there to help him do what's right. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention, and now I believe it's over to Mr. Bast.
Well, that was terrific. Heritage Foundation, of course, is one of the first organizations that I became aware of back in 1984 when I co-founded the Heartland Institute, and they've been terrific allies and friends ever since then. So it's really nice to see Becky up here again. Before I introduce our final keynote speaker, I wanted to point out that the Heartland Institute produced an action plan for President Trump, and we put 4 or 5 copies at each table in the room. So we've put together 34 recommendations to the new administration. 13 of them concern energy and environment policy. They're all in this document. I hope you'll take a look at it, bring it home with you, and use it as a scorecard for the new administration. The good news is they're doing a lot of things on this list. It's really neat to see some real relevance. I also wanted to mention quickly NIPSI, the Non-Governmental International Panel on Climate Change. NIPSI was started in 2003 by Fred Singer. Fred is in the room again, way in the back. There he is. Yeah. All right. Fred is the godfather of the entire global warming realism movement. He's been an inspiration for all of us. He's just a magnificent American. When I talk to reporters, I like to ask them, are you familiar with Climate Change Reconsidered? Have you ever heard of that book? And invariably they say no. They've never heard of it. They've never even seen it. And because there's a media blackout on the existence of that book and the non-governmental International Panel on Climate Change, which created it, I'd like to at least hold up the two most recent volumes of that series to prove that they exist. Here we go. Yeah, and here they are. These are 1,000-page reports, each of them produced by about 50 independent scientists from all around the world. There's over 3,000 footnotes in each of these volumes. When some scholars took a look at these reports and compared them to the IPCC reports, they found that a higher percentage of our footnotes were to peer-reviewed literature than in the IPCC reports. Really. They've been cited over 100 times in peer-reviewed articles. Okay, this is part of the peer-reviewed literature, and these volumes absolutely demolish the IPCC's positions and certainly shows that there's no consensus. There's absolutely no consensus on the causes or consequences of climate change. So if you could, when you leave this room, please quote NIPSI, the Non-Governmental International Panel on Climate Change, refer people to it. The entire volumes are available for free online in PDF format. There are copies out in the entranceway at the registration table that you can buy at a special conference discount. I hope you'll read it. It's a good way to fall asleep at night. Have a copy of this in your lap. So that was NIPSI. All right. So our next speaker was a late addition to the program. I've apologized to him already, and I'll apologize to you for the last-minute change. Dr. Will Happer is one of the most respected and distinguished physicists in the entire world. He's a professor emeritus of physics now at Princeton University. He's taught at Princeton since 1980. Before that, he taught at Columbia University. He's a member of the Jason Advisory Group. He's a co-founder and president of the Carbon Dioxide Coalition. From 1991 to 1993, he was director of the Office of Energy Research at the United States Department of Energy. He's a fellow with the American Physical Society and the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He's a member of the National Academy of Sciences and the American Philosophical Society. In 2015, the last time this conference took place in the United States, I had to miss it because I had shingles, as some of you know. I deeply regret that. At that conference, he received the Frederick Seitz Memorial Award from the Science and Environmental Policy Project. He is a genuine hero of this movement. He lends academic credibility and grace to everything that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Will Happer.
Okay, is there a pointer here? A laser pointer? Okay, good.
Just hit the green button.
Got it, okay. Well, thank you so much for this kind invitation. I'm actually going to use some view graphs, so let me see if I can get them to come up. So I particularly am grateful to be in this gathering. I look around and I see all these heroes here. Let me second my gratitude to Fred Singer, who has been a pioneer and a very courageous man for many, many years. But there are many of you here also in that category. I have the honor of being, I think Joe told me, the 43rd speaker of this conference. And so you know, it's not an easy position to fill. It reminds me of the old story about, John Warner on his when he was about to marry Elizabeth Taylor. I guess it was Elizabeth's Elizabeth's fifth or sixth wedding. John says to his best man, "Well, you know, I know what you're supposed to do, but I don't know how do you make it interesting." And so, so that's sort of how I feel here. Okay. Well, we're talking about climate hysteria. You know, I strongly recommend, if you don't know this book, let's see, why does this not just go back? Yeah. There must be something that I press that makes a green button seems to make it go forward. The red goes back. It's like Alice in Wonderland and the mushroom, right? Some button is supposed to make a red, make a. Yeah, but is there a laser pointer on it? Oh no, yes, there is.
There we go.
Okay, got it. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Yep. Got it. You know, this book, Joe said Joe Bass has a copy on his desk. And they can't hear you without the microphone. Oh, they can't hear me. All right. So Joe has a copy of this book on his desk, and it was a favorite book of Bernard Baruch. Bernard Baruch said there were three influences on his life: his father, Gerald Lieb, who wrote about investing, and this book, Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles Mackay, was written back in the 1800s. And if you don't know it, get a copy and read it. You'll be amazed at how human nature doesn't change. So I'd like to suggest it's time for us to declare independence from climate hysteria. And so to back that up, this is the author of the U.S. Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson. And in the very first sentence, he says, "A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which move them to the separation, impel them to the separation." So I think one of the things that we've all got to work hard on is explain to the world, to our friends, fellow Americans, citizens of the world, why climate hysteria is just that. It's hysteria. We're doing all sorts of stupid things. It's a popular delusion. And we somehow have to bring it to an end. I hope we have a chance now. It looks promising. Well, but why us? Why don't the French do it, or the British, or the Chinese? Well, James Madison commented on this, and James Madison was president during the War of 1812. He was the shortest president we ever had. He's just barely 5 feet tall. I doubt he weighed more than 100 pounds. But he wrote very well. And so I like other speakers, I'm having a little trouble reading this. But let me read it to you. "Is it not to the glory of the people of America that whilst they have paid a decent regard to the I can't see it now, opinions of former times and other nations, they have not suffered blind veneration of antiquity or custom or for names to overrule the suggestions of their own good sense." So I look around the room, I see a lot of people with good sense. I don't often see that in Princeton, but here I do. The knowledge of their own situation and the lessons of their own experience. When I talk to academics, most of them just never look outside the window, so they've got no idea what climate is. To this manly spirit, posterity will be indebted for the possession, and the world for the example of the numerous innovations displayed on the American theater in favor of private rights and public happiness. This there's a lot of good sense in this comment. It was written in the Federalist number 14. This was pieces of op-eds published one after another in support of the Constitution, which Madison wrote. Actually, he and Alexander Hamilton and John Jay did this long series. It's worth reading even today. Am I doing something wrong, Joe?
No, we're moving the table.
Oh, okay.
We have more space.
Thank you. Okay, so what are the causes? We should have a few simple causes, and we should hammer on them at every chance we get. And so the first cause is that climate models don't work. And the second cause is climate's going to change whether or not CO2 is changing. Yeah. Okay. I'm doing okay.
Remodeling.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you. So the third thing, more CO2 is going to benefit humanity. It's not a pollutant. It's actually good for the Earth. The Earth has flourished with much more CO2 in the past. And finally, all of these have been mentioned already today. It's like Elizabeth Taylor, right? It's immoral to deprive the world of fossil fuels. So let's talk about climate models. I mean, it's amazing how few people, and the public at large realize how badly climate models are working. But here is an example. This is John Christie's graph. It's only gotten worse as the years have gone on. This is several years old, but this is still observations fluctuating along here, very little warming, the lower troposphere. And these are model predictions. Many, many models, billions of dollars have went into this stuff, and it doesn't work. Unless you think this is only something made up by the likes of us. John Christie is a great guy, but he's on our side. This is from Nature, sort of the congressional record of the climate mafia. And it makes the same point here, that if you look at predictions of warming of models, and these are these gray bars here, the bars represent different models, and you look at observation, which is the striped red bars here, they're all running hot, much too hot. It's not just a little bit, it's like factors of 2, 3, even 4, So none of this is working, and yet we're making policy decisions based on these models which don't work. Okay, so let's switch now to climate change. I keep reading interviews, so-and-so doesn't believe in climate change. Oh, how terrible, he doesn't believe in climate change. I don't know anyone who doesn't believe in climate change. The climate has been changing since the world began. Climate will continue to change whether CO2 levels increase or not. And the current climate change is very mild compared to what's been observed in the past. Let me give you a few examples. Before I do that, this is a famous guy in Anglo-Saxon history. This is King Canute, sitting on the edge of the shore here, and his courtiers kept flattering him and telling him, King Canute, you're so great, you can do anything, you can even stop the tides from rising. And Canute says, oh, can I? And this guy really didn't go around dressed like this. He was an old Viking, he had all sorts of, sword wounds and things like that, so he was not easily deceived. So he said, put my throne at low tide, and if it stops, then you all get a raise. Otherwise, I'm not going to tell you. But anyway, of course, the whole point of this was not that Canute thought he could stop the tide. It was he teaching a lesson to all of his sycophants that surrounded him. But today, would-be kings actually believe this stuff. They really think they can stop the climate from changing, but they can't, any more than Canute could stop the tide from rising. We need King Canute now. Maybe we've got one, I don't know. But here's another example of climate change. This is a famous paper by Cook, which is a historical record of the climate in the United States West. And the point is that there was a period of drought in the medieval time that was just horrendous. It lasted for 2 centuries. where it was much hotter, much drier. For example, here's the bottom of Fallen Leaf Lake in California, and you can see this big tree stump that grew during this medieval period, the year 1100 or something like that. It's underwater, still preserved by the low oxygen in the bottom. And there's 100 feet of water on top of it because it's so much wetter today than it was back then. So climate is going to continue to change. It's just silly to talk about stopping climate change. And what we really should be doing is understanding climate well enough that we can predict what's going to happen and take appropriate measures to minimize any problems. Finally, we have to keep making the point that CO2 is a benefit. It's not a pollutant. It's not, a necessary evil. It isn't evil at all. It's actually good for the world. And the social cost of carbon is actually negative. I heard a talk last night saying the social cost of carbon is only $5 a ton or something like that. It's actually probably minus $20 a ton, so you ought to be paid. All right, but let's look at some of the facts. They like to show these pictures. They usually backlight the power plant so these clouds look black, but actually it's simply water vapor, just like from this young woman breathing out. If the relative humidity is high enough, the water condenses. And the breath, your own breath and the breath of a power plant aren't that different, actually. It's mostly nitrogen. Our own breath has more oxygen, so you can give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It still works. There's less oxygen in a power plant. Water vapor is about the same for us and for a power plant, and there's maybe 5 times more CO2 in the power plant than in us, but we have a lot of CO2. We're 40,000 parts per million, so it's 100 times more than in the outside air. So, and is this supposed to be a pollutant? Is this woman polluting the earth here? You would think so from everything you read. So we've got to combat that myth. So here's real pollution. This is Shanghai. Those of you who've been to Shanghai, there's a bottle opener building there. There's a Pearl Tower. There's a poor Shanghai resident there with a mask on. But none of this is CO2. And we shouldn't be in favor of pollution like this, although if you really look into what is producing this, not all of it is fossil fuels. There's a lot coming from burning the neighboring agricultural fields. A certain fraction of it is dust from the Gobi Desert. But some of it is from fossil fuels, and that we can control, and we shouldn't permit that to go into the air. This is my favorite picture. I show it every chance I get. This is Craig Idso's dad, Sherwood, with a series of experiments that he did with pine trees exposed to different amounts of CO2. So it's absolutely clear, and there are hundreds of experiments like this, that plants grow much, much better with more CO2. And you can already see the earth greening. I think we've had at least 1 or 2 pictures of that already. Perhaps I have one more. Yeah, here's actually Australian Donahue, but very similar to the material we saw earlier this morning. But you see greening all around the earth because of more CO2. And you can see the greening is particularly noticeable in arid parts of the world. The southern Sahara here, western India, the arid parts of Australia, the western United States, and Canada. And that's because with more CO2, plants leave and don't need so much water to grow. Again, we've got to get that message across. And finally, compared to historical levels, we're really in a CO2 famine with respect to the averages that plants expect and animals expect. So this is the present time now. This is going back through geological time to the Cambrian. The Cambrian's 550 million years ago, when you start seeing very clear fossils, so there's a good fossil record. But over most of this time, the unit of measurement of CO2 is in thousands of parts per million, not hundreds of parts per million, so much, much higher than now. And yet everything flourished during those times. There was no ocean acidification to hurt anything. Coral reefs did not die. None of these horror stories took place. So another message I try to make every chance I get is that there is no uncertainty. You know, there is no need to do insurance because the Earth has already done the experiment. The experiment has been done, and the Earth likes more CO2. So what is all this nonsense about uncertainty and tipping points? There were no tipping points here. This, for example, is from the Paleocene, just when our ancestors evolved, primate ancestors evolved roughly 60 million years ago, maybe a little bit before then. But the Earth was a lush and verdant place. This is an artist's conception of what Wyoming looked like at the time. It's kind of hard to believe, isn't it? But anyway, that's Wyoming at the edge of this inland sea. And it was this time when the Powder River Basin coal was laid down that Senator Barrasso's state benefits from. And so these were early mammals. And you notice that the continental structure of the Earth was quite different back then. For example, there was no Isthmus of Panama. It was open seaway between North and South America, open seaway all the way across Africa into the Indian Ocean. You know, no need for a Suez Canal or a Panama Canal. And this probably had a major influence on the climate at that time, which was somewhat warmer than now. There was also quite a bit more CO2, 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million. And let me now come to the final point we have to keep making, and that is it really is immoral to deprive much of the world of the benefits of fossil fuel. We heard that earlier this morning from Paul Drees and Indoor, and this is just one of many, many examples you can find on the net where poor African farmers have been dispossessed from their land so that Europeans can feel good about raising, biofuels, while these people, struggle to make a living. Reminds me, and they probably have some lawyer who has made it all legal. Reminds me of the old hillbilly song, it's through this world I've wandered, I've seen lots of funny men. Some will rob you with a 6-gun, some with a fountain pen. And so these, lots of those guys around. And there's no need to pollute the area. You don't have to have a city looking like Shanghai. A few months ago, Norm Rogers, who many of you know, and I and a few other friends went to visit the most modern coal plant in America. It's at Texarkana, Arkansas. It's called the Turk plant. It's a real marvel from the point of view of thermodynamics. It's ultra supercritical steam. The water never boils. You can't see a thing coming out of the stack. I was there when this photo was taken. We thought the plant wasn't running, but you look closely and all the cooling towers are running. So they have stripped out so much effluent from the exhaust that you don't even see the water vapor. It's actually a dry day. That's partly the reason. But between the coal that's being burnt here and the stack, there are scrubbers that get rid of NOx. There are scrubbers that get rid of sulfur oxide, sulfur dioxide. There are scrubbers that get rid of mercury. There are big bag houses that get rid of the last particulates. And so this is a perfectly benign plant. You can't see any ash anywhere in this neighborhood. We look for it. It's just not there. One point I'd like to make, I talked to Joe Bast about this, is that we really need a Team B to get this message out. And if you look up Team B, there was a lot of dissatisfaction with the performance of the CIA at the time of the Ford administration. The messages we were getting were not all that believable. And so a presidential commission was put together to look into how well was intelligence working then. The answer was not very well. We need a similar commission, I think, to look into climate. I mean, it will certainly give us a lot more defensive weapons against, say, Europeans, against some of our own people who are fanatics about this, if we really do a good report on this. And it has to be commissioned by the president. NIPSI is great, and, we owe a lot to the great people who worked on that, but it's not a government study. So we need a government study with the imprimatur of the government looking into CO2. I have no doubt that, the realists will win in that study because, the other side is afraid to face the facts. They've never had to. They make sure that they never face anyone who knows anything about climate, but this would be a way to force them to do that. No, you keep hearing 97% of climate scientists believe that CO2 is a pollutant. And so and we shouldn't let these 97% of the scientists run this study. And Madison also had something to say about this. It said, again, from the Federalist, number 10 in this case, no man is allowed to be a judge in his own cause, because his interests would certainly bias his judgment and not improbably corrupt his integrity. With equal, nay, with greater reason, a body of men are unfit to be both judges and parties at the same time. So this 90%, 97%, whatever the mythical number is, wants to judge their own work. The last person who got away with that was God when he created the earth. He said, look, he looked at the work of his hand, it was good, it was very good. But, we don't let people say that, right? All right, so, of course, I got it right. This is a famous quote. I hear Pat Michaels mention that yesterday, but let me say it again. Actually, my own guess is that part of this was written by I. Rabi, because I. Rabi at Columbia was close friends with Eisenhower, and this is certainly his views. So today, the solitary inventor, tinkering in his shop, has been overshadowed by task force of scientists in laboratories and testing fields. In the same fashion, the Free University, historically the fountainhead of new ideas and scientific discovery, has experienced a revolution in the conduct of research, partly because of the huge costs involved. A government contract becomes virtually a substitute for intellectual curiosity. For every old blackboard, there are now hundreds of new electronic computers. The prospect of domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money is ever present, and it's gravely to be regarded. Yet holding scientific research and discovery in respect, as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that the public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. And that in fact, is what has happened. We've become the captive of in the past few years of a scientific, technological elite, and it's time to declare independence from that. So let's fix the problem. So thank you very much.
I think we have time for some question and answer. The microphone is right back there. I'm going to turn this again.
Okay.
Dr. Happer, thank you for being here. Sterling Burnett with the Heartland Institute. Not sure you can answer this, but I heard your interview on NPR a few weeks ago when you were under consideration with one of the gentlemen, it sounded like, for the science advisor position of the Trump administration. Can you say whether anything has progressed since then?
Well, I don't think this is a very high priority appointment for the administration. So that's about all I want to say right now.
Dr. Happer, a hat tip to Don Deers. He wrote one of the studies he did. He was talking about sequestration, and he was basically the result was you'd end up using 30 to 40% of the entire output of the entire plant to achieve this sequestration, which means every plant becomes 60% of what it's worth. You have any equivalent kind of information on the Turk plant you were talking about to reduce the emissions by that much, how much do you sacrifice in plant output?
Okay, the Turk plant does not do any sequestration of CO2. Yeah, yeah, but it does a very, very good job on getting rid of NOx and SOx, sulfur, nitrogen, mercury. And they're a little cagey on what they cost, but my estimate is that increased the capital cost by something like 15%, which is okay, Yeah.
Roger Bezdek. I spoke here yesterday. I think a large problem that everyone in this room faces and many other people face, for the past 15 or 20 years or more, an entire generation of scholars, researchers, scientists, tenured professors have grown up literally sucking off the tit of the climate change money. They went their entire professional careers and reputations based on that. They're not about to change. It's a problem. Do you have any suggestions on how we address that? Start funding the other side, or stop funding, or get them to recant, or what?
Well, I live in that world. Actually, there are some good climate scientists. Take the people who are doing the satellite measurements of the Earth's temperature. John Christie, for example. You certainly want to continue funding guys like that. Take the people who are doing the ocean buoy measurements of salinity, temperature. That's really good stuff. So there's a big part of climate science that is honest research that I would like to see continued. Some of it maybe even should be expanded. One of the problems, for example, with the satellite program is they're so stingy that whenever a satellite dies, there's sometimes a gap of a few months before a new one takes over. And then you're not quite sure whether it's properly calibrated because it hasn't been running at the same time as the previous one. So it wouldn't cost very much to put a little more flexibility into the satellite system. So there are good parts of climate science. Then there's terrible parts as well, as you know. There are all these people who are trained to communicate. We have people who do that at Princeton. I think it's a complete waste of money. So you train these people, they don't understand the science at all. You don't have to have a degree in chemistry or physics or anything to communicate how dangerous this is. You have to have a degree in journalism. So that's a waste of money. We shouldn't be doing that, And then you have these people doing mitigation schemes for this and that, assuming that these models that don't work are actually true, when it's completely clear that they're not true. So why are we doing research based on something that's not true? We ought to get rid of that stuff right away. And that's a lot of money if you add all of that together. So I guess you could get rid of the order of half the cost and improve the quality.
Hi, Francis Menton. So you teach at Princeton. Have you had any success whatsoever in bringing anybody there around, or is it just a hopeless cause? And by the way, I went to Yale, and I've tried some of them. They're even worse.
Well, yes, I have had some success. In fact, just last week there were quite a few students in my office, and we were talking about climate. And they were eager learners, so I think if there is hope, it's in the younger generation. And so I'm not discouraged, and I'm sure that's true at Yale too. I mean, even given all of Yale's problems, it still it still has some smart students. Yeah, I like to point out, that during the Salem witch trials. All of the judges were educated at Harvard, not at Yale or Princeton.
We have time for two more questions, and the second to last one is right here.
I'm Pierre Boutet from France. I'm glad I signed your petition against Greenpeace when you were wrongly accused of whatever. Now, I got a question that's, if CO2 is not a pollutant, how about dropping the lawsuit against Volkswagen?
if CO2 is not a pollutant, how about dropping the
lawsuit, EPA lawsuit against Volkswagen? Because CO2 and NOxes are a trade-off in the exhausts. So the car builders have to cheat on NOxes.
Well, I think maybe I'm misunderstanding. I think you're talking about the endangerment finding, or something like that.
Yes, it's closely related.
Yeah. Well, of course, the endangerment finding is a scandal. It never should have happened. It was because someone who should have been following that very closely and doing a good job about opposing it didn't do their job. So it was a very bad decision. And I hope that it will be contested and repealed. I don't know what's going to happen.
Last question, Dr. Hepp, over here in your left.
Hello. Jim Enstrom. I'd like to ask you a question about Dr. Bill Foster of Illinois. He likes to pride himself on being the only physicist in Congress. On March 9th, he voted against Lamar Smith's Honest Act requiring transparent and reproducible science. I want to know, why would a distinguished physicist like Dr. Foster be opposed to honest and transparent science in the United States of America?
Well, it just shows why you shouldn't elect physicists to Congress. You wouldn't want to elect me. God knows what would happen.
Okay, let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Will Happer.
I'll take that. Thanks very much. Watch your stuff going down. All right. Well, thank you, Will. Terrific presentation, terrific questions. We are going to end in 2 minutes. If you'll lend me your ears for just the final 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it. At various points during this conference, people said very nice things about me and about the Heartland Institute, Heartland's donors, and Heartland's staff. Thank you very much for that. It does mean a lot to us. This is a really important event once a year for us to feel loved, because in between, the love is kind of sketchy and we don't often hear it. So I greatly appreciate it, but I also want to say we are not alone. We are far from alone, and one of the main purposes of this conference is to demonstrate that we are not alone. So the Cato Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the American Enterprise Institute, CFACT, Competitive Enterprise Institute, the Science and Environmental Policy Project, the International Climate Science Coalition, the European Institute for Climate and Energy. You guys are all present in the room, and we're on the program, and there's 20, 30, 40 other organizations which over the years have co-sponsored these very same conferences. So we are not alone. We are part of a very large network of very respectable organizations that have done the research, looked at the science, and come to similar conclusions. So I appreciate the praise, but always keep in mind there are other groups that are also doing great work. Secondly, the Heartland Institute has been severely criticized. So if you think the Heartland Institute is the only organization doing this, you might then Google us and say, oh my goodness, look at all this negative stuff about the Heartland Institute. I would ask you first, don't trust Google, don't trust Wikipedia, and don't trust Facebook. Okay? This morning, Facebook apparently announced that Seth Bornstein at AP is going to be able to vet the truthfulness of everything that appears in the news feeds on Facebook. Seth Bornstein is not a scientist, and he's the worst misinformer in the entire global warming debate. So it's a horrible thing. So don't trust them. Go to our website. We have something called Reply to Our Critics. Just read that, and you'll see the truth that underlies a lot of these false accusations. I'm not going to ask you all to applaud for our keynote speakers again or for our co-sponsors. They're long lists, and you've done that several times. You've been a terrific audience, and I appreciate it. Jay Lair, in his opening remarks, asked each of us to try to persuade 5 of our friends, just 5, okay, a year? Was that per year? Per year, okay, of our point of view. I think that would be an outstanding thing to do. Our basic message to the Trump administration and to members of Congress is that the war against fossil fuels waged by the previous administration has cost millions of jobs, has cost consumers billions of dollars, and has undermined the greatness of America. So President Trump, please end this war. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a great day.